Go Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution. Netanyahu humiliates Trump and his White House cabinet. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, Netanyahu is out of control. Trump calls him a madman, but it's too late. Let's get into the content.
Is Israel an unwelcoming place for Christians? A new look into correspondence between U.S. Ambassador Mike Huckabee and the Israeli government raises questions about whether Christians are...
Mike Huckabee is the biggest Zionist in the world, this guy. So for him to be going at it with Israel goes to show you the gig is up. Israel is tired of using flunkies like him. They're in war mode. They feel like they can seize everything they want and they can use the U.S. But let's see what's going on. So, but what I say goes to show you the problem that's taking place. If Mike Huckabee done had enough, then you know they really doing a lot of killing over there.
Are being mistreated by Israel. Huckabee alleges that's what's happening. The ambassador sent a letter to the Israeli Interior Minister accusing Israel of blocking Christian groups from entering the country. As a private citizen, Governor Huckabee personally led Zionist Christians on such tours. Now, Ambassador Huckabee initially met with the government of Israel to plead for the Christians who wanted to come and enjoy the Holy Land. But those pleas were ignored. Now Huckabee is threatening reciprocal punishment against Israel. And then
here's the government who done it so much for Israel, allowed them to commit genocide, blocked the Security Council from actually being able to do anything about it, blocking Benjamin Netanyahu from being arrested, sending them billions of dollars in weaponry, sending them intelligence, helping them stay on their feet. And all the U.S. asked them was to allow some Christians to come over there and enjoy the Holy Land. And Israel said, hell no, we don't want Christians over here trying to enjoy nothing. You just give us that. This is exactly what's going on. This is not a joke. You just give us that money because they don't respect Christians and they hate Christianity. See, this is really going to shock a lot of Americans, but Israel is really making a big mistake.
They are visa seekers wanting to come to America. He cited harassment and negative treatment of Christian groups. The nerve of Israel to demand America's weapons and money, but then refuse our touring Christians.
They don't want Christians over there. They don't even like Christians. What you mean? The negative comments they say about Jesus, they hate Christians. They don't like Christian groups. It's just that America has fooled its people to believe Israel gives a damn about Christianity.
Astounding. About 3 billion people on the planet Earth tie their faith to the geography around Israel. And I believe everyone needs a little more of the golden rule. Treat others as you would want to be treated. Some will criticize this segment and say that the problem of Christians being harassed in or by Israel is overblown. But it's not me saying it. It's Ambassador Huckabee. Is Ambassador Huckabee an anti-Semite now because he's criticizing the government of Israel? Of course he isn't. I wonder if any voices inside the Israeli government have spoken about Christians being harassed or harmed. Here's Isaac Herzog, the president of Israel in 2023.
In recent months, we've seen very serious phenomena towards the Christian denominations in the Holy Land. Our brothers and sisters, Christian citizens, feel attacked in their places of prayer, in their cemeteries, and on the streets.
Christians in Jerusalem's Old City say they are often harassed, spit on, and even physically attacked by religious Jewish youth.
See?
I view this phenomenon.
They never show none of that on the news. They destroy Christian cemeteries. They spit on them. They attack them. They mock Jesus. This is what they do in Israel. But they would never show that on Western media because they know the Americans would be pissed when they find out what's really going on. But guess what? They so out of control. The story is starting to break what's really going on. Trump, he upset because this is going to make him look like a sucker that he is.
phenomenon as extreme and unacceptable in any shape or form. This phenomenon needs to be uprooted.
Earlier incidents include the desecration of a Protestant cemetery on Mount Zion, an attack on international Christians during a day of prayer for Jerusalem, and harassment at a Messianic concert in Jerusalem.
We must respect the members of all religions. We've committed to this since the dawn of our existence. This is the most basic commandment of love your neighbor as yourself.
Since that speech, I'm not sure if things have gotten much better for Christians. According to the Times of Israel, quote, Huckabee said he would warn American Christians that their donations are not received warmly and that tourists should reconsider any plans to visit Israel if the issue is not resolved.
Well, wait a second. You see, he threatened Israel with American tour dollars. No, what about our tax dollars? No, it ain't going over there to giving them our tour money, no vacation money any goddamn way. They need to quit getting our tax dollars and our money on weaponry. And this is how they really feel about us. This is absolutely how they feel about you.
Listen to Ambassador Huckabee closely. He's threatening this messaging: boycott your next trip to Israel, divest from groups sending donations to Israel, and sanction Israel by denying visas to their citizens who want to come to the United States. In just a few years, we've gone from Ambassador Huckabee leading Zionist Christian tour groups in Israel to threatening to lead the BDS movement, the boycott, divest, and sanction movement. Congress has passed about.
He's saying exactly what he said. Boycott them, divest. Don't you know that's illegal? Him and other people made it illegal for you to try to boycott Israel and take your money away from it. Divest from companies in Israel. You can be banned from colleges. It's illegal in some states because of Huckabee. And now all of a sudden Israel showing him no respect and saying you're not even going to none of the Christian holy sites. Now it's a problem.
About a gazillion BDS resolutions, all at the urging of AIPAC. Will AIPAC now target Ambassador Huckabee? Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene blew the whistle on AIPAC on this program with Vish Burrow.
I think organizations like AIPAC and Christians United for Israel should register under the law as foreign agents because they are lobbying on behalf of Israel.
Also unresolved tonight is an investigation into the killing of Saif Moussalet. He was an American born in Florida. He was surrounded for 3 hours and beaten to death. There's no suggestion that he provoked the attack or that this was...
That. I appreciate Matt Gaetz even talking about that because his name is Saif and he has a Muslim name. The mainstream media, they did a little story on it and it got away. Had he had an American white person name and they mobbed him and beat him to death like that, boy, what? They would have never let that story go. He's an American, and that's exactly how the Israelis did it.
Was in any way in self-defense. The Times of Israel also took note of our coverage on this program. What the Times pays close attention to is the shift in how right-aligned media covers Israel. It would have been unheard of to have Israel as such a driving force for division just 10 years ago. Now, it doesn't seem Israel likes the criticism. So some who aren't intelligent enough to speak about these issues with nuance simply say that any criticism of the government of Israel is anti-Semitic. That's stupid people talk. It isn't anti-Semitic to criticize the government of Israel any more than it isn't anti-American to say that Biden's presidency was a silver alert. It seems Israel's goodwill with the world has eroded very meaningfully. Christians blocked from the United States, Americans murdered in Judea and Samaria. We don't think it's a tenable position for Israel to say to our fellow countrymen, send us your money, send us your weapons, but don't send us your Christian tour groups or Arab Americans who want to visit family without being beaten to death.
is going through a lot of cognitive dissonance right now. He's starting to find out something that Tucker Carlson was pointing out, beginning really with his interview with Munther Isaac. They're not so crazy about Christians over in the land of Israel. Huckabee threatens to declare Israel does not welcome Christians as visa row blows open. U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, has threatened to publicly declare that Israel no longer welcomes Christian groups to Israel over what he said was Jerusalem's failure to approve tourist visas for evangelical missions. The threat was issued in a letter that Huckabee sent on Wednesday to Interior Minister Moshe Arbel, which was leaked to Hebrew media on Thursday. Arbel pushed back on the allegations in a response letter that was obtained by the Times of Israel. Huckabee, in his letter, threatened to order his embassy to take reciprocal measures against Israeli tourists seeking visas to enter the U.S. So he took a break from slurring all the Irish people as drunks to threaten to retaliate against Israel for not issuing visas to evangelicals. But it seems like maybe he's starting to realize, because he followed that up by visiting a Palestinian village where they had burned down a church. Take down the thing.
Oh yeah, my bad. There it is.
In Taba, settlers recently torched a cemetery outside the 5th century Green Church, while earlier in July, they set fire to the village's St. George Church. During his visit to Taba, Huckabee said, quote, "Any desecration to a holy place, it doesn't matter whether it's a church, a mosque, or a synagogue, is an act of terror and a crime. There should be consequences, harsh consequences, because it is one of the last bastions of our civilization, the places where we worship." Huckabee added that he insisted that those who carry out acts of terror in Taba or anywhere be found and prosecuted and not merely reprimanded. Now, earlier last week, he also demanded that the Israelis do something about an American Palestinian who had been beaten to death by settlers. So, a reasonable person might start to conclude maybe we shouldn't be allies with these psychopathic assholes.
Yeah.
And if Huckabee starts to dig a little deeper, he might find out about a quaint custom. You've heard of the running of the bulls. They call it in Israel the spitting on the Christians. Only it's not once a year, it's every day. Christians in Jerusalem want Jews to stop spitting on them. This is from 2004. A few weeks ago, a senior Greek Orthodox clergyman in Israel attended a meeting at a government office in Jerusalem's Givat Shaul quarter. When he returned to his car, an elderly man wearing a skull cap came and knocked on the window. When the clergyman let the window down, the passerby spat in his face. All right, so that's 2004. They're not doing that anymore, right? Oh, this is from 2024. Rabbis take stand against spitting at Christians in Jerusalem's old city.
Maybe someone spit at Huckabee, not knowing he was Huckabee, and that's what gave him the hint.
That might be what's.
You know who the hell I am? Yeah.
That might be changing his mind. Yeah, no, they had to give out pamphlets. Quote, "Spitting and insulting others will not help us and may even harm global support for the Gaza war."
Wow.
The pamphlet warned. We wouldn't want that. Okay, so are these a couple of isolated incidents? Well, not really. I was easily able to compile quite a few such incidents. So here's a little video.
Little community here. We get spit on every day. Wearing a cross, you will get spit on in this neighborhood. You will get into fist fights. And
who's spitting on you?
The Jews, of course, the Orthodox Jews. They are raised in their schools how to hate the Christians.
Und damit verabschieden wir uns aus Jerusalem.
That I know for the police that you were attacking me.
But you cannot do this.
Don't take a picture. Take it down.
You know, come
Take
on,
it down.
this is not. You are touching me. You have no right to touch me. You have no right to spit on me. Hey, come on. Oh no, he spit on me. You know, he spit on me and he touched me. You know, because you know the police is always asking. Then you know I need a picture of his face. This is what they
fucking Yesu. Fucking Yesu.
Nice place to live.
Come on. Wait. Let me... Come on, bro.
Slav. Look.
You're not Israeli.
Our allies, ladies and gentlemen, our allies. These are the people that we send billions and billions of dollars to. This is our greatest ally in the Middle East. Greatest ally. Now, is this just kind of extremists? Is this just the religious orthodox? Well, here's Ben-Gvir, high-ranking member of the government, explaining that this is an old Jewish tradition. He's the security minister.
He did not
mention this event spitting on the Christians. His statement here. We want to understand now why. First, there is an ancient Jewish tradition when we, the Jews, pass by a monastery or a priest, we spit. We can agree or disagree, but when we spit on the priest or the church, I do not think this expresses any violation. Must we practice, so the interviewer asked, must we practice every ancient Jewish tradition you tell me? No, this is not the topic. The issue is, why do we turn this into a criminal issue, right? A criminal matter. Okay. So in other words, he's saying it shouldn't be against the law to spit on priests and Christians generally. Now, I could tell you they must have left that out of my Hebrew school teaching. I've never.
Yeah, I was just about to say it. Yeah,
I'm never
far
heard
from a
of
scholar.
Yeah, I have never heard of such a custom. And you know how I could prove right away that this is not true? Between 70 AD and 1948 AD, Jews lived almost exclusively in lands that were predominantly Christian or Muslim. I don't think they would have lasted long in those lands walking around spitting on all of the Christians. So, yeah, I think when he says old Jewish custom, what he means is old psychopathic Israeli custom.
Right.
But the point remains, why the fuck are Christian Zionists a thing? Why are they a thing? This is a sick, supremacist, apartheid society. Of course they hate you too. What do you think? It's just the Muslims they hate? They think that they are the chosen people with a literally God-given right to commit a genocide. You think they carve out an exception for you?
Right.
They're using you. They're using you. They don't like Christians. They believe that Jesus misled you into a false religion. You understand that, right?
Right.
He's a fake Messiah. That's what they think your God is.
Right.
You get that, right? So why would you support the state of Israel if that's what they believe about your religion? You know, it's kind of personal. It's not like Buddhism, which doesn't come off the same branch, right?
We'll have to invite Huckabee on the show to talk about this.
Maybe it'll come on.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll come on. So not only that, just this week, faith leaders condemn Israeli strike on Gaza's only Catholic church. Israeli shelling killed 3, wounded 10 at Gaza's Holy Family Catholic Church. Top Christian leaders visited the site, offering aid and solidarity. Israel called the strike accidental. Global pressure for a ceasefire grows. Now, this is the first church, because it was the only Catholic church in Gaza, to really make news, and because the Pope called it out. But there were 3 Christian churches in Gaza at the start of the war. All 3 of them have been bombed. Now they got the trifecta with the Catholic Church. But before that, they bombed the 3rd oldest Christian church in the world, the Church of St. Porphyrius. Sorry for that pronunciation. I did my best. And they make the point, rightly, we've been propagandized to believe it's the Muslims that are the intolerant ones. And if you know the Muslim religion, they consider Jews and Christians people of the book, right? That we're all part of the same kind of theological system. And traditionally, they have allowed Christians and Jews to live within Muslim lands. Iran, as we pointed out in our Iran coverage, has the 2nd largest population of Jews in the Middle East. They have a Jew in parliament. How could that be if they are what we have been told they are? It would be impossible, wouldn't it? On the left, they point out 1,000 years of Muslim rule. Nothing happened to this church. Right? It was there from 450 AD. That's how old this church is. 75 years of Zionist rule gets bombed.
Wow.
Right? The Muslims didn't bomb it. I thought they were the intolerant ones.
1,600 years.
Yep.
They blow it up.
Yep. How could you? How could you? And of course, this was part of their genocidal campaign against hospitals. This is Sarah Wilkinson. On Palm Sunday and the beginning of the Holy Week, the Israelis bombed the Baptist church in Gaza City. They have an Anglican-run Christian hospital. It was the only Christian hospital in Gaza. That was probably the target. But so they've bombed every Christian church in Gaza. So again, how could you be a Christian Zionist? How can you be? And it's not just in Gaza. This is from Dave DeCamp. A picture from last year of the St. George Melkite Catholic Church in southern Lebanon that was destroyed by an Israeli airstrike. They're doing this everywhere. They're doing this all throughout their region. So reportedly, Pope Leo, as soon as he heard what happened, his exact words were, "Get me pizza balla."
Give me pizza balla.
This morning, Cardinal Pier Battista Pizzaballa, the People's Pope, Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, and Greek Orthodox Patriarch Theophilus III, entered Gaza to visit the community sheltering at Holy Family Church, as well as the wounded still shaken after Thursday's military strikes that killed 3 and injured at least 10. So let's look at a little bit of that video.
There's the man there. I'd have converted if they made him Pope. Catholics,
Yeah,
he blew it.
We were good. We were ready.
Could have had a bad bitch.
We would have joined J.D. Vance, Michael Knowles, Matt Walsh. So here he is visiting with one of the people wounded in the Israeli strike. Now, his church was particularly dear to Pope Francis. He used to call them every day. There's a lot of very endearing video of that that's been making the rounds. Here he is praying the rosary. So you know, the Israelis are batting 1,000 with the Catholics between the ambassador to Israel insulting all the Irish and then bombing the Catholic Church the same week. And Cardinal Pizzaballa indicating he doesn't think it was an accident. Quote, what we know for sure is that a tank, the IDF says by mistake, but we are not sure about this. They hit the church directly, the Church of the Holy Family, the Latin Church. So you can see on the left before the bombing and then on the right afterwards.
It was an accident. They didn't see the giant cross.
They didn't see the giant cross on top. And according to the reports, there's nothing of strategic value around it. There were about 450 Palestinians sheltering inside. That's what they're probably after.
None of these bombings have strategic value. We talked to, okay, so we thought, sorry, a little bit of a tangent here. I'll be very quick. We talked to Feroz Sidwa. He did not treat a single Hamas combatant in his entire time in Gaza. Of all the peers he spoke to, only one person treated one combatant. What does that mean? Notice when you see people being rolled into hospitals on gurneys and in stretchers, you never see combatants being wheeled into these hospitals.
No,
That's because the combatants
they're never
are
in
engaging.
fatigues. They never have ammunition.
Right. What does that tell you? That tells you there's no strategic value to these bombings. The combatants are engaging with the IDF in combat, gunfire combat, and they're often killed with guns. And then the bombings, the victims of these bombings, as you see in all these videos, overwhelmingly women and children, and sometimes older men. So there's no strategic value to any of this beyond the mission, which is a war of elimination against Gaza. That's what it is, including the Christians. Yes.
So this was something Pizzaballa said back in May. I keep being told I need to be neutral. Come with me to Gaza, speak to my people who lost everything, and then tell me I have to be neutral. It doesn't work. Based.
Please clap.
Apparently, some in the White House are getting fed up with the allegedly out-of-control Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. That is according to a recent Axios report, which quotes a White House official saying this: Bibi acted like a madman. He bombs everything all the time. This could undermine what Trump is trying to do. According to the report, 2 other U.S. officials added on, with one comparing Netanyahu to a child who just won't behave. Another who said, quote, the feeling is that every day there is something new. What the bleep? Now, some of Trump's supporters also becoming exhausted with Israel's campaign in Gaza, and they are voicing their opposition to it.
You may remember popular podcaster Theo Vaughn got emotional back in May talking about Gaza and calling Israel's campaign there a genocide. Here's part of what he said then.
It feels to me like it's a genocide that's happening while we're alive here. You see all these photos of people, just children, women, people, body parts, just people like putting their kids back together. And I just can't believe that we're watching that and that more isn't said about it.
Over the weekend, actor Joaquin Phoenix of Joker and Gladiator fame went on Vaughn's podcast and praised him for speaking out. Take a listen.
I was really moved by something that you said when you talked about the war in Gaza. And I think that's really courageous. There's no justification for children starving to death in a conflict. Like, it's that simple, right? You don't have to understand geopolitics or anything like that just to get that.
Meanwhile, a longtime critic of the conflict, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, is catching some flack from the left primarily for opposing an amendment to the Defense Appropriations Bill that would have stripped $500 million in defense aid for Israel.
That bill was introduced by Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene and had the support of AOC's fellow squad members, Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib. Ocasio-Cortez explained her reasoning on X, saying the amendment, quote, does nothing to cut off offensive aid to Israel nor end the flow of U.S. munitions being used in Gaza. Of course, I voted against it. What does it do? What it does do is cut off defensive Iron Dome capabilities while allowing the actual bombs killing the Palestinians to continue. I have long stated that I do not believe that adding to the death count of innocent victims to this war is constructive to its end.
That statement was mocked by journalist Glenn Greenwald, who replied on X saying, during past genocides, I never voted to send bombs. I only voted to pay for their air defense so nobody could attack back. Ms. Working Class, forcing American workers to subsidize Israel when they have better healthcare and educational resources than her own American district.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid point. I kind of always want to be in the position of not being involved in what Israel is doing as just the starting position, that we have to spend so much on their defense. I would be, if they want to buy weapons from us, I have no problem with that. But there's no reason American taxpayers have to pay for their defense, particularly when then the Israeli government does not listen to the American government in terms of what its foreign policy is. I don't want to exercise control over their foreign policy, but I resent being dragged into the wars they're involved in and then forced to pay for them without any discussion or debate happening in terms of our own workings of our government. Our elected representatives are supposed to vote for a foreign policy that we can then hold them accountable for. We could vote them out of office. That's how it's supposed to work. And I am I am not at all pleased that whole process is eroded out of this total fealty to the Israeli government. Again, I have nothing against its people. I want us to be strong allies. I don't even really want to be involved in the moral calculus for whether their effort is worth it or justifiable. It seems to me that it's gone beyond what is justifiable, but they were attacked by this sadistic terrorist group on its borders. Unlike Joaquin Phoenix or Theo Von, I think it is a complicated issue, what you're supposed to do, but it is not my issue to work out, and it's not the American government's issue to work out. And that's where our foreign policy should begin.
So to start with the Netanyahu stuff, there's this report that we cited in Axios about how annoyed various White House officials are with him. Those reports have been one of the few common threads from the Biden administration to the Trump administration. Oh, people in the White House are really very, very cross with Netanyahu. They really can't believe what he's doing. And they never actually do anything about it. Biden paused one weapons shipment in the entirety of that time. I have, I think, a more vigorous opposition to what Israel has done than you do. Not that you're cool with it, but I mean, I think it is just appalling. And I think that the failure to stop it has been a really serious moral failure, not just on the part of the United States, but on the part of the West, generally speaking. Now, that's why I sort of take with a pinch of salt these like, oh, we're really mad with Netanyahu. Okay, so what's next then? As far as AOC is concerned, I think that was a very disappointing vote on her part. Now, she has previously been criticized about, was she too slow to call it a genocide and all of that. I think that issue you can debate. But this is Marjorie Taylor Greene, to be fair, a woman who I agree with on almost nothing, saying that they should pause this. And
she voted for that. Thomas Massey voted for that, and the other members of the squad voted for it. So it seemed weird that she didn't, and maybe afraid of some APAC coming after her type thing.
Or the media coming after her, or presidential ambitions perhaps in the future. But
imagine voting to say that fewer American taxpayer dollars should be spent overseas and thinking that would be a risky vote. In what district is that a risky vote?
I mean, I guess the argument would be, well, you're not being stalwart enough in support of Israel. You're abandoning them to their fate. But I mean, like you
only in mainstream media is that going to really count against you, where there's just the presumption that we would vote to continue giving money to another government, no matter what they do, under all circumstances. It is frustrating that the frustration never leads anywhere, I guess, in terms of the foreign policy being different. Netanyahu is really good at this, of kind of, biding his time and getting the foreign policy back on track with what he wants. A Biden, and then it came to fruition at the very end of Biden, very beginning of Trump, the ceasefire deal, which he then kind of just
discarded.
Eventually, violated a little bit, then violated a lot, then totally ignored. Right. And we tried to get that back on track. He dragged Trump. I mean, you can argue about how much is his, how much Trump really wanted to do it. The whole Iran thing seemed somewhat orchestrated by Netanyahu. He then tried to claim that the whole discussion the U.S. was having with Iran was a diversionary tactic, which I don't think was necessarily true, and I think was him trying to spin it and make the U.S. feel like, well, now they were obligated to be participate in it, which is all very bad. And standing up to that would be America first. It would be bipartisan. It would be bipartisan, and that would be loved by American people of all ideological stripes. Yeah. But it just is hard to do.
I think, to your point, Netanyahu is an almost endlessly cynical figure, even by the standards of politicians or world leaders or whatever you want to term it. And it is worth saying, among the horrors that we're seeing in Gaza, we're now seeing people literally starving to death. I mean, 18 people in the past 24 hours. CNN, to its credit, did a very moving story about a 4-year-old girl who died on Sunday from malnutrition. Just absolute horror, and really just one of the great moral disgraces of our time.
Next up is comedian Jon Stewart on the chopping block.
Isn't easy, but it's necessary. Joining me now is Jaco Booyens, someone who spent more than 2 decades fighting sex trafficking. Jaco, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Kim. It's an honor to be with you.
There's so much to dive into with this, but first, let's start off with how big of a problem is human trafficking in the United States? I think a lot of people, when they think of trafficking, they just think of other countries. That's not happening in the United States. They see these high-profile cases. They think it's just these sort of rich celebrity and high-profile sex rings, and those are just few and far between. But what is the actual real problem? You're calling for courts to be set up in every single state, so it sounds like the problem must be pervasive enough.
Yeah, and Kim, you always have such a unique angle on the stories you cover, so I'm very excited about covering this issue with you. Let's just paint a canvas real quick. For us, this marks 31 years fighting human trafficking. 1994, my sister's trafficked. She was 12 years old. She goes and is trafficked to the music industry, ironically, for 6 years. In 2001, we start realizing how prevalent human trafficking is in the United States. Today, we are the leading nation purchasing sex from women and children on Earth. There's not another nation on Earth that has commercialized the sale of human beings more than the United States. A very bitter pill to swallow for the land of the free, the home of the brave. Globally, annually, it's a $152 billion industry, predominantly selling women and children. 52 billion of that 150 plus billion is inside the United States. A third of the world's consumption. Remember, it's a crime of supply meets demand. So the demand is so vast. There's not a single county or zip code in the United States where human trafficking cases have not been reported. It's so prolific in our culture because of the ways and the means by which traffickers operate. There was a time, Kim, in the early 2000s when it was predominantly kidnapping. Now only 1.7% of the crime is kidnapping. Up to 47% of the crime is perpetrated by the caregivers, where families and significant members to a family, a coach or a teacher, a familial figure, it's called familial trafficking, is the perpetrator. Children do not go missing. They stay at home. So much of it is through technology. What used to have to happen in what we would call grooming or desensitization would happen in person, now happens online. So there's so much of these factors, so many of these factors that contribute to proliferating this crime. And then you have this juxtaposition where you had a country that didn't want to talk about human trafficking at all. In 2010 and 11, we didn't have specific laws on the books, believe it or not, until 2015 for minors of trafficking. And then Congress did its job. It codified the law, it criminalized the enterprise, it funded 41 task forces around the country, it's funding awareness campaigns and programs. And then you start seeing great California, for instance, great laws on the books against human trafficking. Texas, maybe the best laws on the books in the world, but no prosecutions. You start seeing some high-profile cases of saying, well, wait a minute, if the Epsteins get away with it or their client list, nobody's talking about Sarah from Paducah, Kentucky, that's rescued 2 weeks ago. She doesn't get limelight. Her case doesn't get high-profile reporting. You know, those cases just don't make it to court. The laws are there. 30 years sentencing for a child, for a predator, a pedophile that abuses and sells a child, 30 years. You're not seeing these cases go to court as human trafficking cases. And so now with that landscape, it's so vast. I mean, I'll give you statistics. 300 children sold on the streets of Dallas every night. Every night.
300 children a night?
300 children a night. This is the Attorney General of Texas's numbers. Our numbers are more egregious. 76,000 children in circulation, not new children, but in circulation of actively being sexually trafficked or exploited in Texas alone. The numbers are so vast. Tens of thousands of minors and women, men and boys too, and boys are on the rise significantly. I'll talk later about why that is. But predominantly still women and female children are being sold as sex slaves, forced through force, fraud, coercion, to perform for either love and belonging, shelter, safety, whatever that is, right? What that reward system is. And we've only had 148 federal prosecutions on sex trafficking in the last 2 years.
If you don't trust Big Pharma, you're not alone and you're not crazy. That's exactly why Children's Health Defense exists. Founded by Robert F. Kennedy Jr., CHD is one of the few organizations fearless enough to take on the medical industrial complex. They expose the lies, they investigate the conflicts of interest, and they fight back through relentless legal action, independent research, and public advocacy. Whether it's vaccine safety, environmental toxins, or the explosion of chronic illness in kids, CHD is asking the tough questions and demanding accountability. This isn't just a nonprofit, it's a movement. But they're up against trillion-dollar industries, captured government agencies, and a media machine that works overtime to silence them. And they don't take money from the very institutions they're exposing. Everything they do is funded by people like you. And now more than ever, they need your help. If you believe in medical freedom, truth, and protecting children, now's the time to step up. Just go to childrenshd.org, donate, and give whatever it is you can. Your donation helps fund lawsuits, research, and advocacy that challenge the system and demand real accountability. Every donation, big or small, fights for our kids, our rights, and our future. So once again, head to childrenshd.org, donate, and fight for medical freedom. Wow. Okay, break this down for us a little bit more. So you're saying that up until what year we didn't really have laws against human trafficking in the books? You said like
for
20,
minors. So 2015 is the year that marked when we said now we have specific codified law separating minors from adults. So when you listen to the P. Diddy case, the charges were RICO, racketeering, human trafficking, and they charged with force, fraud, and coercion. Very big subject that America doesn't understand. The law today, across all 50 states, the law today says that we do not have to prove forced fraud or coercion with a 17-year-old and under. Those laws did not exist until 2015. Trafficking was trafficking. And we dealt with a minor the way we dealt with an adult. So some minors were charged with prostitution. And we said, well, you can't charge a minor with prostitution. And we said, well, there's no room in the law to differentiate. And so it took a monumental effort by so many NGOs and Congress from 2005 until 15 to say, wait a second, we need a separate set of laws for minors, 17 and under. And then those laws are now, they're in place. Now, on Diddy, they had to prove force, fraud, coercion, 18 and over. But then there's these giant gray areas where a child is sex trafficked at 16, and all of a sudden, one night, she turns 18. And the law changes for her. Once victim, by default, now you're not. Now you got to prove it. Now you got to face your perpetrator. So there's gigantic gaps in the judiciary on how the laws are adjudicated. And so we've done so much work making laws, and politicians built their careers on making laws. They pass a law and they get reelected, but no one's following up saying, but is the law enforced?
Mm-hmm.
Does it actually make a difference for the victim, the survivor in court? Does this case go to court as a human trafficking case? What happened with Sean Combs? The Friday before the jury read their verdict the following Wednesday, the Friday before, they dropped 50% of the human trafficking charges. I can tell you why. And then the jury comes out and they find him not guilty on human trafficking. They drop RICO, right? And it's a lesser case and they plead it down. It is so dismal, Kim, that at the moment, up until 2020, the numbers were only around 47% prosecutions against sex trafficking in America at the state level. 47% of the time, we got a verdict of sex trafficking. Okay, when the charge was sex trafficking, only 40. Now it's down to 16%. The crime is exploding up. Prosecutions are going down. I told you only 148 prosecutions at federal level, but tens of thousands of people trafficked. You looked at Sean Combs, and where's the justice for the victims of those the women, the justice for minor and adult victims of Jeffrey Epstein? Those cases don't make it to court. Mm-hmm. Those who pay for access for sex, they never go to court. They're never cross-examined. They don't get put under oath in front of a jury. So it's like Billy the Kid goes down, Jeffrey Epstein. But what about, surely, if he's prosecuted for sex trafficking, it means he sold a product, being a human being,
right,
to someone else. Well, then there's a buyer.
Right.
Now they want to tell you there's no buyer.
Right.
But he's prosecuted for human trafficking. Ghislaine Maxwell, she's prosecuted for human trafficking. She sold a product to somebody. Is because the judiciary has not been paid attention to. We haven't forever looked and saying, are we failing in the courts perhaps? And if you look at the failure of family court, there's holes in family court in this country like Swiss cheese. And you then look at human trafficking, the judges have no chance because they don't know the crime. They're not specialized in this, Kim. We get to a place in our society where we realize that certain things take specialty. I'll give you an example. 1978, the judiciary in the US say the following: we actually don't understand bankruptcy. We don't understand bankruptcy. The judges don't know M&A deals, tag-along, drag-along clauses, puts and calls, call options. We don't know how to rule. When two business partners are at odds, we need specialty bankruptcy courts. So we got specialty bankruptcy courts because they said, this is very sophisticated, infinitely less sophisticated than a sex trafficking victim, and the psyche and the abuse and the trauma. The judge has no chance to know each case is unique. No two survivors are alike. We're now having survivors that are victimized by their peers. You've got 16-year-old traffickers in our country.
Yeah.
You've got a very high number of teenagers in America that are walking felons. How are they felons? They're distributing child porn. So the judges and the prosecutors are looking at this landscape saying, we are so outmatched for the level of the crime. We don't know how to build this case and take it to a judge that understands the case. So we're going to plead it down. So over 90% of the cases get pled down to a drug charge, a kidnapping charge. What did you see with Sean Combs? Transportation. Quasi-kidnapping across state lines, but not human trafficking. Now, the law in the state, California may say, if you're trafficking a 13-year-old, you're going to get 30 years in jail. The judges are scared of these cases. They don't see enough of them to have enough acumen and expertise in these cases. The prosecutors don't know how to build these cases because they're highly sensitive, because the victim can't necessarily take the witness stand. It's a child. And testimony, et cetera, et cetera. Or if it's an adult, look how difficult of a time they had with Cassie Ventura or Virginia Giuffre, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they plead them down because they want to get some kind of a charge. Normally, it would be kidnapping, illegal firearms in a vehicle, paraphernalia, drugs in a vehicle, or transportation for prostitution, right? But all you need to ask that victim, Cassie Ventura, is, okay, if Sean Combs transported you for prostitution, did you give consent to be prostituted in a different state? And Cassie Ventura said to the court, I did not give consent. But they broke her testimony by asking her, well, did you ever give consent to go to a freak-off party? And she said, well, in the beginning, yes, because she was in love with Sean.
Mm-hmm.
And the judges don't know how to handle that. Well, you were in love with him, but now you're a trafficking victim. You know, they don't understand that over 85% of all legal prostitutes in Nevada, in the state of Nevada, those prostitutes, over 85% of them have filed human trafficking charges and rape charges.
Mm-hmm.
Because in the moment, if the child doesn't have to say no. That's taboo. But if the women, let's talk about adults, says, I'm not consenting in this moment, she's not consenting. Well, you consented yesterday. You're a prostitute. And now I'm a human being. I'm a human being.
Yeah.
With rights and liberties in this country, and I can choose to not consent right now.
Right.
Therefore, we need specialty courts where the judges are trained. They're informed by the top NGOs. They understand best practice. The prosecutors are informed. The judges get cross-designated where they can apply state law at state court or choose to take the case into a federal court. They have wraparound services by NGOs that are the best in the business that support them, like SCOTUS, get supported by amicus briefs, by experts in the industry.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what we're doing here.
Right. Okay. So I think what I'm understanding is that I think part of the issue there's a few things that I think are the issue with this. It's one, I think the vast majority of us are just not seeing it, right? I mean, you're saying that there's hundreds, thousands, hundreds of kids in Dallas, Texas alone that are being trafficked every night, right? We're hearing that thousands of people are being trafficked. But, I lived in Los Angeles, California. I've lived in these big cities. I never saw, this is I think part of the problem with the psychic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? I don't even know where you would go to buy. It's like, where would you even begin to go to procure a person or a child for sex for the night? Like, I don't even know where you would go. I don't know how these people find each other. I'm not seeing people on the streets. I'm not even seeing hookers on the streets, really. I mean, maybe I just never went to the right spot. I don't know. But, I think a lot of people, they're oblivious to this because it's not in front of them. Unlike, for example, gang violence in a city. You might go to a certain part and you see graffiti and you see that the place is dirty and you're seeing homeless people all over the place. And it's very visible that there's a problem with this corner of the city. But when it comes to sex trafficking, I mean, obviously it seems like people would be hiding, especially child sex trafficking. So we're not seeing really any of this at all. And so I think there's a visibility issue, right? People out of sight, out of mind. They're just like, I just don't think this is a real thing because I'm not seeing it.
One of the biggest challenges, yes.
Okay. Then secondly, I think a huge challenge is the consent issue and when victims are then, what the things victims say after the fact or during, when they're being interviewed. And I could see where this is a challenge for the courts. It's also a challenge for just public opinion. For example, in the Andrew Tate case, like the Tate brothers case, right? They've been accused by numerous women of sex trafficking. But a lot of people defend the Tates and say that is not out, that didn't happen. There's no sex trafficking whatsoever. Just listen to the victim, listen to the so-called victims, right? And these women will say, they'll dig up text messages of them, maybe even, there's like the victims are inconsistent in their testimony. There's also the question, a lot of people will say, well, it's not, look, you fell in love and you chose to do what it was you wanted to do with this person. You fell in love with them and that was your choice. Then you're a consenting adult, and, with being an adult and you consenting, that can't possibly be a crime. I think obviously with a child, there's a huge difference there. I think that most people agree children cannot consent to this type of, but then again, in various different states, there are rules that actually do allow children, 16 years old to have sex with an adult. So as long as the age gap is a certain amount or there was consent, there are states, it's not cut and dry. It's a lot of people think that children are children under the age of 18, and that's not actually the case state by state. So
when it comes to human trafficking, the law is pretty clearly delineated, and they've done, again, state laws and Congress have done a really good job over here to solve those gray areas within the law. But again, a law that is not followed and prosecuted is as good as toilet paper. Let's address some of the things you addressed real quick. The most ideal human trafficking victim is a victim that lives under your nose in daily life. There was a time, if you look at Terrence Howard in the movie Hustle and Flow, where your pimp was in a mink coat and you drove a Cadillac and you drove up to the red light district and you flashed your lights twice for one type of customer and your lights 3 times. Those days are over. They're over because that crime is easier to fight. So today, you say, where do predators go to buy? On Instagram, in DMs, on YouTube, on Snapchat. The number one platform used by predators to groom young boys is Discord in live gaming, where they play live. Well, Jaco, how do you traffic a kid on Discord? You have to gain proximity. It's a game of trust. It's no different than dating. Anybody that's watching this, the first time they go on a date with a boyfriend, the boyfriend probably reaches out and tries and takes the girl's hand, and he's measuring her. Does she keep her hand there? And if she does, she wants me to hold her hand. Then I hold her hand. If she pulls her hand away, I got work to do. I have to walk slower. That's predatory behavior. In a predator's mind, they reach out to a child softly. This is not kidnapping. They don't show up and say, you were forced, you're going to perform sex today. On average, a predator online will invest 9 months in desensitizing a child. What does that mean? Earning trust, earning proximity. Most of the children will fall into a love and belonging phase. Do you know that the number one tactic used by predators today is emotional support?
Mm-hmm.
It's love and belonging. If you look at Gen Z and how desperate Gen Z is for emotional support, so a skilled predator speaks the language the child wants to hear. And often it's not even talk. They just like. Here's this scenario. I'll give you a scenario. Call her Sarah. She's 13. She plays soccer. She doesn't make the team. She talks about not making the team online. A predator recognizes a heart hurt. She really wants to make the team. He recognizes her sister as a D1 player. Her dad shows up to all her sister's games. This is a real case.
Okay.
So this predator just started liking all her photographs of her and her friends. He's in the community. He's not pretending to be 14. He's a grown man. One day he shows up at a soccer game. He flies 2 states over. He takes a selfie of him with her in the background. He doesn't say hello. He leaves. A week later, he sends her the selfie and he says, I want you to know when your father won't show up, I will show up. What is he doing? He's earning the heart of a 13-year-old that is desperate. He's earning trust. She writes to him in her DMs, next time say hello.
Hey guys, thank you for watching this clip from the full Kim Iverson show, which you could check out Monday through Friday, 5.
Ghost of a former president who remains a painful thorn in Donald Trump's side has just risen up and taken a bite out of the Donald's authoritarian role and kneecapped his favorite tactic for doing so, weaponization of the courts. Yes, I'm talking about Barack Obama, and I have all the satisfying details for you next. At the core of this breaking story is Trump's new court case against Rupert Murdoch, owner of the Wall Street Journal, in what is gearing up to be a clash of the extreme right titans. Let's begin the report with a couple of MAGA influencers who are giddy over Trump's prospects. After listening, you'll think it's a slam dunk for Trump, but not so fast. On the other side, I'll share the landmine Trump is stepping on and the Obama factor.
He can't wait to get Rupert Murdoch on the stand. Murdoch squirmed out of having to do the Dominion thing because of the emails that Rupert Murdoch said we're going to make Trump a non-person, but he ain't going to get away from Trump this time.
Everyone is firing on all cylinders. The MAGA movement is completely united behind this fight right now.
Now watch as two of the best anti-Trump talking heads on the web, Aaron Parnas and Keith Olbermann, pour cold water on all of that and explain why Trump is putting himself at great risk by going against Murdoch over the Wall Street Journal story. And then I'll share how he just got blindsided in the case by Obama.
Right now, Donald Trump is going to war against the Murdoch family, which is significant because the Murdoch family owns Fox News. He says that he is excited to have Rupert Murdoch testify at an upcoming trial when he sues the Wall Street Journal over the release of the Epstein essentially article that showed that Donald Trump wrote a 50th birthday letter to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, here's what's significant. If Donald Trump sues Rupert Murdoch and goes to trial on this case, he's going to have to go through discovery, which means he's going to have to give up documents. Trump will have to testify. He is opening himself up to a bunch of legal troubles here, but he is going to war against one of the most powerful media figures in the country that he previously was friendly with.
Trump suing Murdoch, his greatest defender, advocate, and salesman in the media in the world. In order to survive, he will have to destroy Trump. This is outstanding. And he'll also have to keep Murdoch, that is, the Epstein story alive forever and ever.
As if this story wasn't already rich in intrigue, enter the Obama factor, a factor that is going to kick Trump right in his nutty soul. It came to my attention via a Daily Beast article with the headline, Obama judge gets Trump lawsuit over spicy Epstein letter.
President Donald Trump has been dealt an early blow in his libel lawsuit against media mogul Rupert Murdoch and the Wall Street Journal. The case was assigned to a federal judge appointed by former President Barack Obama. Judge Darren Gales was elevated to the bench under the Obama administration in 2014, becoming the first openly gay African-American man to serve as a top-level judge. He will now oversee the $10 billion lawsuit filed by the president on Friday over the newspaper's report of a spicy birthday letter he allegedly sent to, redacted, Jeffrey Epstein. Trump has vehemently denied writing the letter, which was sent in 2003, and features a drawing of a redacted woman with his name mimicking redacted hair. We have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Trump is alleged to have written on the gift. Enigmas never age, have you noticed that? Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. The article infuriated the president, whose lawsuit insists the letter is completely fabricated, paving the way for the Journal to prove otherwise. The controversy over the Epstein files has nonetheless fractured Trump's MAGA base, with some of the president's most vocal supporters slamming the White House for the way it has handled the case, and questioning why Trump would not want the documents made public. Trump, who had come to office promising transparency over the Epstein files, has since tried to brand the issue as a Democratic hoax, and has become so frustrated that he accused past supporters of buying into the BS. I look forward to getting Rupert Murdoch to testify in my lawsuit against him and his pile of garbage newspaper. Trump wrote last week. That will be an interesting experience.
What a wild turn of events. While Trump had visions of steamrolling Murdoch with his bully presidency, he got hit with two things he didn't see coming: his own vulnerability as a participant in the case, and an Obama-appointed federal judge being assigned to the case. And not just any judge, an openly gay black man will hold the gavel over Trump's $10 billion tantrum. This couldn't have scripted any better. Donald Trump has long used the courts to create pain for his adversaries, and he picked this fight. But it's going to open the door for discovery and create pain for himself. And we can't ignore the symbolism. The legacy and ghost of Obama haunting Trump, holding him accountable, and perhaps damaging him is some very satisfying irony. I'm Dan. Thanks for watching. Please leave your thoughts below.
The question lingers, why? Why has it come to this, right? Like, what are we doing here? What is Trump hiding? Why is he going down like this over Jeffrey Epstein? I'll tell you why I think it is in just a moment. Plus, later on in the show, the Coldplay concert-going CEO that was caught in an affair has now been fired, and it's a very intriguing story. I cannot lie, and I'd like to share my thoughts on it. So let's jump right back in. Welcome back to Candace. I can tell you what they were banking on. Who is they? Who is they? Well, clearly Trump is surrounded by neocons. He's surrounded by never Trump people. And what they are banking on is what is termed the madness of crowds. Have you heard about that expression, or psychology, if you will? The madness of crowds essentially is exactly what it sounds like. People, when they are in crowds, do insane things. There have been so many studies conducted that reveal the psychology of crowds is just crazy. Groupthink is essentially dumbthink. And by the way, everybody has fallen victim to it at some point in their lives. If you think back, you were in a crowd, you did something weird, okay? I can actually very clearly remember an example of when I did that. I was in Barcelona at a Lost in a Moment concert. It's like a festival of sorts, I guess. And the DJ had finished playing his set. It must have been 2 a.m. in the morning. And for some reason, one person, when the DJ finished playing his set, just like bowed. And then everybody, all of us just started bowing. It's so weird. I look back on that and just go, what an absolute heathen. Why were we all bowing? I don't know. Just the madness of crowds. It makes no sense. Another obvious example of that, which is a little bit darker, is COVID. It was weird. Everybody got weird. The supermarkets, the stickers on the floor, looking back at people and looking angry at them because they didn't go from sticker to sticker. Or maybe they forgot something and had to go backwards. Yeah, that, my friends, is the madness of crowds. Everybody is doing it, so I better just do it. Anyways, the point I'm making here is that Donald Trump and the Zio cronies that are around him were banking on that reaction from MAGA. Just follow the king. Bow at the DJ set at the end for no reason at 2 a.m. in Barcelona. Okay, that's what they were banking on. They wanted that. They thought that Trump would say to us, jump. Everyone would go, okay, how high? So when Trump told us to simply forget about Jeffrey Epstein, started terming it a Democrat hoax. And when he said, oh, only stupid people think otherwise. Oh, the weaklings think otherwise. They thought that we would just be entranced. And they were wrong. And now both Trump and the neocons around him, they are receiving the shock of their lives. They are learning that the MAGA movement was not game. The MAGA movement instead rose up like a tidal wave, and it was ready to crush Trump. That is the reality. It turns out that MAGA is not actually a cult. They were hoping it was a cult. It turns out that Trump maybe doesn't even understand the movement that he's led for the last decade, okay? Trump just learned that when it comes to children, hell hath no fury like a MAGA scorned. Okay, and not just MAGA, by the way. This was left and right. People went, okay, I don't even care what boundaries we're crossing here. Release the damn files. Okay, you're the king of nothing if you are not prepared to defend children. That's the point. You will endure a figurative regicide unless you release the files. We're going to protect the children first and foremost. So on Thursday, he partially caved to that pressure. First, he was fighting, hoax, all these things, and then there was movement. He tweeted this on Truth Social, and Pam Bondi responded to it. He wrote, based on the ridiculous amount of publicity given to Jeffrey Epstein, I have asked Attorney General Pam Bondi to produce any and all pertinent grand jury testimony subject to court approval. This scam, perpetuated by the Democrats, should end right now. And then you can see Pam Bondi responds and says, President Trump, we are ready to move the court tomorrow to unseal the grand jury transcripts. Okay. And then as a follow-up to this, Trump posted onto Truth Social on Saturday morning that they had done that. He shared, I have asked the Justice Department to release all grand jury testimony with respect to Jeffrey Epstein, subject only to court approval. With that being said, this is the important part, guys, to pay attention. He writes, with that being said, and even if the court gave its full and unwavering approval, nothing will be good enough for the troublemakers and radical left lunatics making the request. It will always be more, more, more. And then he ends it with MAGA. I kind of like that ending. MAGA. It's great. I'm telling you to look at the language there, because what he's doing is he's kind of already tipping his hand, right? He's basically saying, you're not going to be happy with what we're about to give you, but he's trying to sort of prime the base to go, oh, but if any person is not happy, then they're like the raving leftist lunatics. They're troublemakers. Why are you causing so much trouble? Well, I'm going above and beyond now. I don't even care about this. I'm going to release these transcripts. So I'm going to tell you that I'm going to predict that there's going to be people that aren't happy with this. I can explain to you what he's doing there, right? It's pretty obvious. Okay. He knows we're not going to get anything. We know that Jeffrey Epstein was working for the CIA and the Mossad. You'd have to be a big dummy, big dummy not to recognize that by now, okay? We now also understand that everything involving Jeffrey Epstein was really a show. It was like watching a drama play being put on. It wasn't a question ever of whether they were going to tell us who he was involved with. It was really them trying to figure out how to satisfy public interest in the case, right? Their goal was to protect the sinister truth of what he had been up to and who he was up to it for and how he had done it, but also managing to satisfy public interest. This is what show trials are all about, by the way. We just got to satisfy the public interest so we can move on. Now, you will recall that the second time when he was flying back, Paris landed into Teterboro, he was indicted in the Southern District, New York courts, right? Southern District, New York courts. And we know that it's quite interesting that now Pam Bondi is trying to sell to us that the Southern District of New York is going to be the answer to everything that's gone on, right? Like suddenly the SDNY is going to be open to showing to us what happened in these transcripts. So I'm going to show you these articles, by the way, just to make it so clear that they know that we're going to get nothing in this, because they went and they interviewed some lawyers and who came out and said right away, they said, you're not going to get anything here. This is the Associated Press. Request to unseal Epstein grand jury transcripts likely to disappoint, ex-prosecutors say. Okay. And they know this because first and foremost, it's the Southern District of New York. That's where Diddy's show trial was being held, right? That's where Trump's show trial with E. Jean Carroll was also held. That's where Justin Baldoni's show trial is being held. In the SDNY, there's every bit of evidence that this district is implausibly corrupt. The state knows fully well that whatever testimony was given to indict Jeffrey Epstein, it's going to be intentionally limited. It's going to be bare minimum. Trump is just pretending to unseal this because he wants it to be enough, okay? He wants us to all think that, okay, well, only troublemakers care. And what we actually want, we don't really care about what happened when he landed and a couple of weeks later killed himself. What we want is everything pertaining to the 2006 case. Remember? The one that Alan Dershowitz helped him settle. The case where he then was suddenly running the sheriff's office. The case where the feds agreed that as a part of the plea deal, no other person involved in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit was going to have charges brought against him. Like, oh, Jeffrey Epstein getting a slap on the wrist covers everybody. He's falling for everybody that could have been implicated in this case. Why would the feds have made that a part of the deal? Obviously, they were covering for powerful people that were caught up in Epstein's initial case, okay? So yeah, Trump's team filed that motion to unseal the grand jury transcripts. But like I said, looking at that AP News headline, it's because they already know they're not going to get anything. In that article, they cite 2 Manhattan federal prosecutors who both say that Trump knows that there's not going to be anything because grand jury testimonies in that district are known to be intentionally brief. They estimate that it'll be max between 60 and 100 pages of testimony. And they cite Sarah Krishoff, who was the assistant U.S. attorney for 13 years. She said, quote, "It's not going to be much because the Southern District of New York's practice is to put as little information as possible into the grand jury." So what are we to conclude about this, guys? Trump is playing games. He is. I'm sorry. He is flat out playing games right now. In fact, he's doing that thing that we always felt the press was doing to Trump supporters, thinking that we're stupid. Going, okay, they don't know much about how the law works. If I just say I'm going to unseal something, then it looks like I'm acting, and then I'm going to call everybody who doesn't agree with that a troublemaker. He knows exactly what he's doing. So I went back as I'm going, is this new? Is Trump suddenly being brand new about the Epstein topic? And the reality is, when we looked back at clips, he's actually always been a bit wishy-washy on the Epstein points, okay? People are circulating all of these old clips, and I want you guys to check out this one from back when he was running last year. He sat down with Lex Friedman. It was September. And this is what he said when Lex Friedman pressed him on his hesitancy to commit to releasing the files. Take a listen.
There's a moment where you had some hesitation about Epstein, releasing some of the documents on Epstein. Why the hesitation?
I don't think I mean, I'm not involved. I never went to his island, fortunately. But a lot of people did.
Why do you think so many smart, powerful people allowed him to get so close?
He was a good salesman. He was, was a hale and hearty type of guy. He had some nice assets that he'd throw around, like islands. But a lot of big people went to that island. But fortunately, I was not one of them.
It's just very strange for a lot of people that the list of clients that went to the island has not been made public.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? Probably will be, by the way. Probably.
So if you're able to, you'll be...
Yeah, I'd certainly take a look at it. Now, Kennedy's interesting because it's so many years ago. They do that for danger, too, because, endangers certain people, et cetera, et cetera. So Kennedy is very different from the Epstein thing. But yeah, I'd be inclined to do the Epstein. I'd have no problem with it.
That's great to hear.
You see that I'm just not comfortable. It's not a straight answer. He says other people are going to get caught up in it, and but you then kind of pivots to talking about JFK files, which has always been very clear. I will release the files, and he does it again. By the way, a few months before he sat down with Lex Friedman, he sat with Rachel Compass Duffy of Fox News, and here is what he said to her regarding the Epstein files.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah. I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would, or at least
Do you think that would restore trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the others. Certainly about the way he died. It'd be interesting to find out what happened there because that was a weird situation and the cameras didn't happen to be working, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I'd go a long way toward that one. The other stuff I would.
Kind of a weird answer, right? He's just not strong there. He's like, oh, well, that maybe there's a lot of fake stuff in there. And where? We're being told now that their Epstein files don't exist. So where's the fake stuff at? I've been racking my brain genuinely trying to consider what is the connection here? What is the connection between Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump? Because clearly there is something here that gives him pause. And there is a picture for me that is emerging. And look, I will say right now, I'm very open to being wrong. But I think what I'm about to present is somewhat of interest. Like if there's a little bit of a pattern emerging. Okay, so what do we know so far about Jeffrey Epstein? Tomorrow we'll jump back into the Jeffrey Epstein's files, but already, what do we know? Well, we know that his money is very mysterious, and that once he got this money quite mysteriously, his interests were spread amongst businesses that allowed for him to traffic young women. Okay, we covered this already, but Jeffrey Epstein injected a ton of cash into MC2 Modeling. Okay, that was a modeling firm that was owned by Jean-Luc Brunel. French guy. And all of a sudden, after this cash injection from Jeffrey Epstein, MC2 Modeling hits the mainstream in a big way, right? They're signing client deals with Nordstrom, Macy's, Saks Fifth Avenue, Neiman Marcus, JCPenney, Kohl's Corporation, the Target Corporation, Sears, you name it, right? And Virginia Roberts Giuffre, right, the Epstein accuser that spoke out, would later allege in her 2014 testimony that MC2 was actually a front for sex trafficking. So he was injecting cash because he was allowed to move minors through that business. She alleged that she herself was trafficked as a minor to Jean-Luc Brunel. Okay. Jean-Luc Brunel created other agencies. The One Mother Agency in Kiev, Ukraine. As we already know, the Jeffrey Epstein story, for some reason, modern day Ukraine has a lot to do with it. Robert Maxwell. Now, the interesting part is that we know that Jean-Luc Brunel, just like Robert Maxwell, just like Jeffrey Epstein, had a very conveniently timed death, okay? In December of 2020, he was charged with the rape of minors, but he committed suicide before he could actually stand trial. And you're not going to believe it, guys. This was after Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. This guy does the exact same thing. You would think, since he was connected to Jeffrey Epstein, that they would maybe not leave extra bed sheets around that he could hang himself with, but they did it again. And Jean-Luc Brunel hung himself with a bunch of bed sheets. Okay, so we'll park that aside. Similarly, we also know that Jeffrey Epstein was casting women inappropriately, pretending to be a cast director for Victoria's Secret models. Now, that's also interesting that Les Wexner gave him the keys to all of his businesses. And like we explained in an earlier episode, the executives of these companies were complaining to no avail that Jeffrey Epstein was just ingratiating himself as some sort of casting director so that he could have access to young women. Oh, okay. So once again, we see Victoria's Secret model show. He's interested in young women. And it could be that he was trafficking women in that direction as well. That would make sense, right? It was the same thing, by the way, with Harvey Weinstein. We haven't gotten too far into that story yet, but he had a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Harvey Weinstein did. And according to Xavier Poussard's earlier reporting, Epstein and Harvey got into some massive fight in Paris one night. And the exact nature of the argument is not known, but it is understood that Epstein wanted to have access to cast women in Harvey Weinstein's films. Okay, young women in the film. So again, presenting himself as some sort of a casting director. Now, regarding Trump, if you connect the dots there, Trump rather famously ran beauty pageants, okay? Pageants, by the way, freak me out in general, the origins of it. I wish I knew less. They were, started by the Carneys. P.T. Barnum created it in the Victorian era. It's really creepy. All the pictures, if you look at especially child pageants, really weird. Anyways, what we do know is that Trump became very involved in the world of pageantry via the Miss Universe competition. Okay. The timeline here is quite interesting, by the way, because Trump, as we know, he's been on Jeffrey Epstein's plane 7 times. I've never made a big deal about that because if you look at the routes, it's from Palm Beach to Teterboro. And just to be clear, in those circles, billionaires share planes all the time. They jump on someone's plane to go home, back and forth, especially if you both live within the same route. He wasn't flying to the island. So I thought that was a bit of a nothing burger. Okay. But what's interesting is the last time that Trump was on Jeffrey Epstein's plane, that was 1995. And I believe that was the route from Palm Beach to Teterboro. 1995, that happens. Okay. Last time. It is a fact that Trump purchases Miss Universe alongside NBC in 1996, so just 1 year later. And it is a fact that Jeffrey Epstein was particularly interested in Trump expanding his pageantry empire. Now, we know this only because Trump got sued back in, I think it was 1997, at least when she dropped the lawsuit, or they settled the lawsuit. It was a woman named Jill Harth. Some of her story sounds a bit fantastical to me, or rather like one of these Me Too victims. But the point is, that she was operating a small Florida company that was called American Dream Enterprise. And they ran a quote unquote calendar girl beauty contest. And Trump was interested in perhaps acquiring that. And she, that woman, Jill, was also working alongside her partner, George Horaney. He's a Florida-based businessman. They're involved and they're trying to pitch this to Trump, or Trump's interested, whatever it is. And they allege that Trump arranged a party at Mar-a-Lago for those young women that were involved in the calendar girl competition. And George Horaney claims that Epstein was the only other guest that he was told to invite to that event. Now, to be clear, it could very much be the case, in the way that Trump's describing, like people who got caught up in this, whatever it is, that people who were not aware of exactly what Jeffrey Epstein's purpose was, maybe he approaches them, he approaches Trump, he approaches people that have a business that he could hide a trafficking sort of organization in. Trump would be that kind of a person, right? You've got young women, you've got pageantry, okay? And he says, I'll give you cash, or I'll introduce you to somebody that will give you cash, inject cash, because he wants access to younger women. That's a thread here that I think would make sense, because Trump is just not clear. And sometimes even when he's presenting arguments against it, where he's saying like, oh, well, I kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago, he's making it seem like he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago because he was inappropriate. In reality, it was like a real estate deal gone wrong. You know, there's some background. Him and Epstein started hating each other because there was a property in Palm Beach that Les Wexner used to own, okay, a massive property. And then he sold it. And then the guy that purchased that property from Les Wexner, eventually he falls into bankruptcy. And Trump buys that property out of bankruptcy. For whatever reason, something happened between Epstein and Trump where they were no longer friends after that deal. Maybe Epstein wanted to purchase that property back and Trump beat him to it. It sounds like a businessman falling out. But the pause that Trump has here in releasing the files and in trying to basically cage it like there's a lot of fake stuff in there doesn't make sense to me. Okay, we're not falling for that. It's very strange. And it's weird to me that he has led this movement for so long and would give it all up, right, to try to gaslight his base on the Epstein matter. Anyways, in the meantime, I think we're all starting to recognize that we have been duped, right, in a very big way on this particular topic. But the silver lining in this is that we're all aware of it, right? Left and right coming together on this issue is a very good thing. So it doesn't matter how many times Trump's tweets, well, the polls are up, or they try to pivot so that the left and the right start warring again. They're dangling a bunch of other carrots in front of us right now. Like Trump just tweeted, I think this morning, about the Brian Kohberger case out of Idaho, which yes, it's true, but that case has never made any sense. There seems to be something that's being hidden, some aspect, some explanation that seems to be hidden. Everything was done quietly. And now he's tweeting about that. Oh, we got to look into this case. You got Pam Bondi, similarly, she say, oh, well, guess what? We just figured out, or maybe it was Kash Patel who tweeted this, that Obama was a part of the fake dossier. Yeah, all of that matters. But it seems like it's trying to distract us away from the Epstein story, because that's the big fish here. That is the thing that undoes it all. And when I show you tomorrow, as we get into Ghislaine's family, as we get into Ghislaine's mother, Betty, and what they were concerned with, what she was concerned with in her philanthropic efforts, you're going to be like me. You're going to wake up and go, is anything real? Right? And the answer is no. Everything is fake and gay. I told you that many times. Anyways, I just wanted to also show you this clip of Joe Rogan discussing sort of this Epstein fallout. He was sitting down with James Tallarico on his podcast the other day, and here's what he had to say.
The people that were very hopeful for change when Trump got into office, one of the things that everyone was promised was you're going to find out the Epstein client list, and you're going to find out who killed JFK and what the UFOs are all about. You haven't heard about any of that.
Yeah.
No one knows nothing. And today they just finally said there's no client list. There's no videos. I mean, I had Kash Patel. These people, Kash came on the podcast and said there's nothing that you want to see. This guy,
nothing you need to see.
Dan Bongino, who's always like shouting from the rooftops, we're going to get to the bottom of this and find out who these people are. Everyone's saying, no, Epstein killed himself. No, nothing to see here. And it's like, okay, well, that's why people are cynical. People are cynical because you had all this hope for change. And then you realize, like, oh, the same people that are pulling the strings are still pulling the strings.
Well, and it doesn't help when there are videos of the president, hanging around with
everybody
Epstein.
else, including Nobel Prize winning scientists.
Yes. Yeah. It's not just limited.
Yeah. I mean,
but
it's that whatever that compromise organization was, whatever that thing was that they were running, whatever this game was, that I'm sure they're running another version of it right now, where they provide experiences to people that have a very difficult time, getting out there and having their fun, and then they compromise them. I mean, I think this is it's a time-honored tactic of control. It's been around forever, and obviously it works. Look, if you have so much interest in getting to the bottom of this, like universally on both sides of the aisle, and yet nothing gets done, that tends to give people this fear that cynicism is the correct perspective.
He's not wrong there. I do think that knowledge is power, though. I think it's a good thing. I try to remain optimistic about the fact that people are waking up and realizing that there has been sort of this like careful tapestry of deception that has been sown before our eyes. And it's very clear where it's coming from. When you get to the nucleus of it, yeah, all roads do lead to modern Israel, the modern state of Israel that was established in 1948. And you just can't ignore those facts. You just cannot, no matter how much you try to gaslight us or call us anti-Semitic, or try to send out a band of people to convince us to keep looking the other way as Israel partakes in evil. We're going to talk about that because the Babylon Bee has gone mask down on that topic. First, going to throw it to our sponsors over at Goldco, because over the past 4 years, we've all seen some tough times. We've had skyrocketing inflation, surging national debt, market volatility, never-ending wars, bank failures, and our financial systems cannot be trusted. That's why Americans are turning to gold. Gold is real, it's tangible, and it's held value for thousands of years, unlike the stock market. All right, so the Babylon Bee, I mean, I've been covering that for a while. I think everyone now is kind of awake. They kind of arrived as like, we're just the satire guys.
Welcome to another episode of the podcast. So let's continue with our Jeffrey Epstein stuff. And I want to talk about somebody who basically was one of the worst people, but still said, I was a victim and I'd like some money from the compensation fund. But to get to that, we have to talk about Bill Clinton briefly. And it is the thumbnail, and we'll get to why that is. And the former president was mentioned in the documents. He had been a John Doe. And then last year, we get his actual name and stuff, but he had also been mentioned in Soberg's testimony that Epstein had told her that Clinton likes them young, referring to girls. And she also said that she knew Epstein had dealings with Clinton, but did not know they were friends until later media reports. Now, records show that Virginia Giuffre's attorneys wanted to get a deposition from Clinton. Giuffre, the plaintiff in the defamation lawsuit against Ghislaine Maxwell, did not accuse the former president of doing anything with her, but attorneys saw Clinton as a key person who could provide information about his close relationship, with Maxwell and Epstein and disprove Ghislaine Maxwell's claims. Now, one of the people that was involved in all of this and was a frequent traveler with Bill Clinton and Ghislaine and Jeffrey was a woman by the name of Sarah Kellen. Now, for her part, Kellen did win immunity from prosecution along with Epstein in 2007 and did sit for a deposition, but repeatedly pleaded the fifth, refusing to even say if she'd ever even met the former president. Well, Epstein's much discussed flight logs show fairly conclusively that she has. A review of the handwritten document shows Clinton taking 13 trips in Epstein's specially outfitted Boeing 727, including the much discussed trip to Africa with Kevin Spacey and Chris Tucker. And Kevin Spacey has come out this week and says, hey, let's have all the Epstein files. But in every single instance, the logs show that Kellen was also on the plane.
You see, and that's why Trump's saying he never been to. He make it his point to say I never been to the island. It don't matter if you've been to the island. The plane is a flying massage parlor. That's how they got Clinton. Clinton don't go to the island. The plane is a flying massage parlor.
The 13 trips with Clinton and Epstein. Now, that may sound suspicious, except for the fact that Kellen has been described as Epstein's right hand, profoundly involved in his professional activities as well as personal ones. The depositions of so many victims all include Sarah Kellen, recruiting them, making them feel at ease, all of that kind of stuff, and then leading them up to Epstein's place. And Doug Bann, Clinton's personal aide, was on all but one of the flights the former president took on Epstein's jet. Now, Sarah Kellen, Nadia Marcinkova, who we'll get to in another episode, Leslie Groff, and Adriana Ross, all were named as unindicted co-conspirators in Epstein's 2008 non-prosecution agreement. But according to lawsuits filed by Epstein's victims, court testimony, and police reports, Kellen, Groff, and Ross were tasked with scheduling and managing the teenage girls coming in and out of his houses, including collecting contact information, taking messages, and arranging the girls' travel. Now, Kellen, who was also gone by the name Sarah Kensington, was Epstein's personal assistant. Now, in lawsuits and victim interviews, she's been described as Maxwell's lieutenant or second in command. And multiple victims have said in court documents that she was instrumental in their abuse, including escorting them up to Epstein's room. And when police began investigating Epstein's behavior in Florida in the mid-2000s, they sought an arrest warrant for Kellen, though the Palm Beach County State Attorney's Office denied the request. Now, for many years, she was married to former NASCAR driver Brian Vickers. And several months ago, he announced that they were getting divorced. He's back on social media and that he was free to be whoever he wanted to be. Now, Kellen visited Epstein during and after his first incarceration multiple times. That's according to prison records. But she considers herself one of Epstein's victims, too. She was born into a very strict Jehovah's Witness family. But she started working for Epstein when she was 22, after divorcing her first husband and becoming estranged from her parents and community. And when Sarah was targeted by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, this is according to her attorney, she, like many of their victims, was struggling financially and emotionally. Soon after Sarah was brought into Epstein's world, he began to psychologically and sexually abuse her, abuse that endured for years. And said, oh, well, yeah, she did schedule appointments and massages, but that she never recruited anybody. But then she applied for the Victims' Compensation Fund. Now, I wrote a blind way back in May of 2020, and it just basically said the Madam/Procurer, Ghislaine Maxwell, already had the A++ lister, Bill Clinton, blackmailed, so she really didn't need to sleep with him. Now ask about the one, Sarah Kellen, aka Sarah Kensington, who keeps changing her name, and there you will get a much different answer. The A++ lister definitely hooked up with her. Now, I mean, it is absolutely crazy. And one of the other things about Sarah Kellen is that she owned a designed renovations firm called SLK. And her business operated from an address on East 66th Street that's owned, this building is owned by Epstein's brother, Mark. And he was like, I don't know anything about that or anything. Okay, whatever. Now, among the other people who most frequently flew with Clinton are Maxwell and Adriana Ross, another Epstein assistant and a former model. The logs also show him flying with former advisor Ira Magaziner, ex-transportation secretary Rodney Slater, and fashion model Naomi Campbell. But the pilot's documents, which is another reason that we need all the files, they leave out numerous and understandably intriguing questions unanswered. Clinton was on 4 flights with women identified only as Janice and Jessica. They have not been identified. He once flew with a person identified only as one female. And also during part of the trip throughout Africa, a young woman named Shantae Davies. She is the woman in the thumbnail giving the massage to Bill Clinton. And Shantae appears in Epstein's phone directly under the massage category. And I mean, it's just really interesting. And it's also impossible because these pilots hand wrote these passengers, and we have a lot of initials. We don't know if important names were left out. We don't know. We know the ineligible ones if we can see them. But, you know, Shanti was 21 years old when she first met Epstein, and she was studying massage, and her teacher asked her to come along with him to an appointment with Ghislaine Maxwell, who, of course, was Epstein's longtime companion. And just think about how weird that is, that this massage school instructor is out there recruiting. How come we never interviewed the massage instructor? Right? These are the kind of people that we should be talking.
Revolutionary salute to our brother LRP for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute to you for helping me keep the lights on. Here at the House of Revolution. Salute to.
But Shantae said, you know, he introduced me to her, Ghislaine, and that same night she called him, offering me a job to fly me to Palm Beach to work as a masseuse for the weekend. And because I hadn't even graduated from massage school yet, and because I had just started training with him, you know, obviously I felt like I didn't know what I was doing. So my immediate answer was no way. But my massage teacher convinced me. You know, he explained that she was a prominent socialite and she was a regular client of his. And so he convinced me to go. And I left on her private plane that same night with her to Palm Beach. So how come we're not talking about this massage teacher? He's obviously recruiting for Ghislaine Maxwell because Shantae had just started. And she says, we finally arrived at their mansion in Palm Beach. And one of the very first things I remember her saying to me is Donald Trump was a neighbor. And, you know, her partner Jeffrey's sort of the Ralph Lauren type is how she kind of explained it to me. And did I like that type? And I remember thinking, like, what a strange comment, you know, like, why would she be asking me if her partner, I obviously assumed that meant romantic partner, you know, she said he's sort of this Ralph Lauren type. And I'm thinking, like, God, no. And she didn't tell me to do anything. She just said, do whatever he asks and you'll be fine. And again, that's another comment that was made as we were leaving the car, as we walked into the house, and that didn't land right away. But obviously in hindsight now, that comment, you know, landed pretty hard with me. So, you know, when we first got to the house, immediately my stomach was just a mess. So I spent like the first part of the day just kind of sick and napping and trying to sleep it off. And they had one of their assistants in the kitchen. And then the same assistant came knocking on my door saying that Jeffrey was ready for his massage. And she showed me to the room and there was a massage table already set up. And so I got the table ready and then he came waltzing in and, you know, did what he did. And, you know, she worked for him, for Jeffrey Epstein, for a little over 3 years. This is the kind of person that needs to be getting money from the victim's compensation fund, right? It's not Sarah Kellen. Now, Clinton abruptly ceased his flying with Epstein in 2005, not terribly long before he was arrested, perhaps because of events related to Epstein. And so it looks like that Clinton may have known that trouble of the worst kind was coming and decided to get out while he could. The logs show all of Clinton's flights came in 2002 and 2003, with not a single appearance recorded in 2004 or 2005. Now, obviously, Larry Summers, who we talked about yesterday, that's one of Clinton's longtime confidants. And the flight logs indicate Summers flew on Epstein's jet as far back as 1998, but also on April 15th, 2004, September 14th, 2005, and December 21st, 2005. And the final trip came 10 days after Summers got married. And he had his new bride on board, as well as Ghislaine Maxwell, but not Epstein. Okay, you guys, that is it for this one. I will talk to you later. Hey, everybody. Welcome to another episode of the podcast. Now, one of the things that really frustrates me when it comes to the Epstein documents is this. We already know there are documents. We already know there's things. We already know there's stuff. We already know that there's CDs, and I'm not talking about music CDs. I'm talking about, back in the day, burning a CD. I'm talking about VHS tapes. I'm talking about DVDs. I'm talking about photos. I'm talking about tape cartridges. I'm talking about hard drives. All of this stuff. So when people say, oh, there's nothing, there's no documents, there's no list. Look, there's probably not a list. It's not like Lindsay Lohan's sex list. It's not like, okay, this person's got this one and this. No, not like that. But remember, you guys, Epstein was going to go to trial, right? Before he was unalived. And prior to going to trial, the Southern District of New York compiled a preliminary evidence list. This was the stuff that they were going to talk about in court. Similar to Sean Combs. So do you remember with Sean Combs, it wasn't just people testifying. Some of the people who testified also testified as to their text messages, things like that, voicemails, whatever. But if you will recall, there were people from Homeland Security Investigations, and I also think some kind of investigative person from the Southern District of New York. And their whole thing, their whole spiel, they were up there on the stand sometimes for 2 days in a row. And all they did was go through everything. Okay, yes, this is the videotape. This is the one from the Intercontinental. Let's go through it frame by frame. Yes, this is 100% real. This is whatever. Or you had another person. Okay, on the raid of the house, this is what we got. This is what we got. This is what we got. And then the next person would go, yes, I looked at it. I marked it all. Here's all the stuff that's on there. Okay. So we have this evidence list. Some of it's boring. I got you. Okay, but here we go. One DVD-R containing image log files and FTK reports for system information on selective items. Okay. I mean, it sounds boring, but it's still a DVD of something. Then 3 LTO6 tape cartridges containing backup of all digital evidence from a different list item. 2 LTO6 tape cartridges containing a backup of all digital evidence. Okay, you guys, 6 tape cartridges, LTO6 tape cartridges, this holds a lot. 1 CD labeled Girl Pics Nude Book 4. Okay, that sounds horrible. And I think what the government has said is, look, we're not going to release any, underage kind of stuff. But this is Girl Pics Nude Book 4. So there must have been a 1, 2, and 3. Was there a 5? Okay. Envelope containing 1 VHS tape, 2 cassette tapes, and 4 micro cassette tapes. So the 4 micro cassette tapes sound like, to me, like answering machine kind of tapes. And the cassette tapes could be anything. The VHS could be anything. But we don't know, right? Because it doesn't break it down here. That's what somebody else was going to do. But obviously there's stuff on here. What is the stuff? There's an envelope containing 4 CDs. Do you know how much stuff can be on a CD? Now, how about this? 2 bankers boxes. So those big white boxes containing various Epstein-related case materials. 2 bankers box sources worth of stuff. Have we ever seen that? This is stuff that they were going to introduce at the trial. 1 pair of black women's cowboy boots, size 8, I don't even know. A disc containing images of matchmaker shred reconstruction. So things that were shredded, they put back together. An unframed photo. Okay, here's something interesting. Highly confidential, responsive material to include nude and semi-nude images and videos from digital evidence items, okay, processed by the government. Okay, got you the nude images and videos. But who are they of? Okay, is it just the girls? Is it just Epstein with the girls? Or are there guys? Are there other people, other adults? 10 yearbooks collected by the FBI West Palm Beach Resident Agency, a bunch of different massage tables. I don't know how Epstein had so many different massage tables. It's kind of like Sean Combs and his baby oil. 1 flat box containing 1 large frame photo, a box containing 4 frame photos, a box containing 12 frame photos, a box containing 5 frame photos. Guys, that's 22 photos. Who's in the photos? Is it just Epstein? Is it Epstein and Ghislaine? Is it Epstein and Clinton? Is it Epstein and Trump? Who's in the photos? A LSJ logbook. Okay. Then we have daily vessel trip logs, like airplane things. Then, you guys, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different hard drive towers filled with stuff. And it gives the brand and all the serial number, everything like that. 7 of them. What's on there? What's on? We have a Silver Mac desktop. We have a 6 bay of 146 gigabyte drives. And then we have a Panasonic thing. Then we have 4 more 500 gigabyte drives. So we would have had somebody, like I said, somebody from Homeland Security Investigation say, this is everything that we have on here. This is everything that's contained on these, 500 gigabyte drives, 4 of them. Okay, now we know about the plane trips, right? Okay, one of the things is boat trip log and employee lists. Let's talk to the employees. Let's see who's on the boat. We always talk about who's on the plane, who was on the boat. Then we have more MAC IDs, more MAC IDs. Then there's a paper, you guys. Okay, it's a paper. It's got passwords on both sides. It's front and back of nothing but passwords. Then we have a cloud key. So not just the hard drives and stuff, we have a key to the cloud. It appears to be an Apple cloud, an Olympus digital voice recorder. Then we have another desktop. We have another tower. We have another boat log that covers the entire 2019. We have a box containing shredded paper. We have another desktop. We have another photograph. We have an employee contact list. We have a red Nikon camera. We have another Mac with keyboard. We have a Toshiba laptop. Then we have things like remodeling documents for Island. Okay, let's find out about the temple. Then we have handwritten notes on a notepad. What's in the notes? This is what I'm talking about. This is the documents everybody wants, except for the stuff that we don't need to see because it's illegal. Throw it on there. Let the internet be sleuthy. Photos, photo negatives, a letter. Okay, who's the letter to? Island blueprints, island photos, and documents. A photo album of a girl in Epstein. Well, which girl? Photo album of girls. Photos of Island. A document with names. Oh, great, let's have the names. Employee contact list, another Silver Mac desktop. A notepad with notes. Stationery with handwritten notes. Another keyboard and hard drive. Another iPad. Another MacBook. Another laptop. Another kitchen Mac. And then there's an envelope containing a bunch of cash and then notes and stuff that was paid like to people. 4 binders with 68 discs inside. You don't think that we're going to find stuff? Then we have the Austrian passport, which we already knew about, which we've already seen. 2 blue binders with 58 discs inside. You guys, what is that, 126 discs? I mean, come on. Another black hard drive, another black hard drive, another iPad, a black iPhone, another desktop from Apple, 3 more iPads, a Radio Shack recorder. Gosh, only knows what's on that. An Olympus recorder, a Sony recorder, 45 assorted CDs, a Sony laptop, another hard drive tower, an 80 gigabyte hard drive tower, another PC computer, another Sony camera, another desktop computer, more portable drives, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 more 32 gigabyte USB stick drives. And the thing is, guys, if it went to trial, every single one of these, as boring it would have been, they would have gone through every single one of these. Okay, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 11 100 gig hard drives, another 11 of them. There's a stuffed dog. Okay, I mean, they include everything. I'm not sure what the evidence would have been with the stuffed dog or, why. And then there's some sculptures and things like that. 2 photos and another album page with more photos, 12 Polaroid photos, a folder labeled Sue containing various photos and CDs, bundles, photos, and CDs from Women Old Photos box, 10 black binders containing photos and CDs, 2 photos of female buttocks, 5 costumes and a wig, and then some toys, let's say, that probably would have also been found in these Sean Combs items, if you know what I mean. 3 sheets of paper that talk about cash disbursements, 3 pages of handwritten note from Epstein, and a 2-page typed letter. 3 photographs, 3 sheets of paper depicting photographs of a living room, and then more letters, more hard drives, more blueprints, more SD cards, more photographs, 17 pages of financial documents. Don't you think that these things are important? Obviously, the federal government did when they were preparing for trial. All right, you guys. I will talk to you later. Hey, everybody. Welcome to another episode of the podcast. All right, you guys, I want to talk a little bit today about Alan Dershowitz. Now, Alan Dershowitz has come out saying he wants all of the files released, everything out in the open. And we'll get to that. But let's go back in time to something Alan Dershowitz doesn't ever want anybody talking about. It's his extremely big skeleton in his closet. It is the story of his first wife, Sue Barlock, whom Alan Dershowitz has been completely successful with hiding in his closet until some people finally dug something up about 20 years ago. Now, if you try and search Alan Dershowitz's first wife's name, most of the time you will come up empty. Maybe you'll get lucky and you'll see Sue Barlock, but try and find a picture. I have found one picture, which is in this episode. And basically, she was, according to these facts, a victim of tragic domestic abuse, divorce, stripped of custody of her children, and then her subsequent unaliving. Now, here's what had happened. So she was divorced by Dershowitz after she endured a beating by him, after which she required hospitalization. Now, soon afterwards, Dershowitz stripped Barlock of custody of their two sons. Now, that's according to several sources who wants to remain anonymous due to the highly litigious and vindictive nature of Alan Dershowitz. Dershowitz then obtained a divorce from Sue in 1975. The beating incident happened after Barlock, upon learning of an extramarital affair that Dershowitz was having, scattered some of his important case documents in the wind. Now, an original source named in the article is a San Francisco-based lawyer who has since recanted that he ever said or knew anything about Dershowitz and his first wife, and really wants the story deleted. Now, it is very possible he inadvertently spilled the beans about Dershowitz to a source whom he never thought would spread the word about Dershowitz's spousal abuse and the subsequent events after that. Of course, it's possible he never discussed Dershowitz and his first wife with anyone at all. But the fact is, the news had broken ground to make way for further investigation. Now, other independent anonymous sources have now come forth to corroborate the story of how the ambitious, controversial lawyer, known for defending wife beaters, wife killers, the use of torture, was responsible for beating his wife, Sue Barlock, so badly that she had to be hospitalized. And then how Alan Dershowitz then used his litigious clout to intimidate local and nationwide news sources, including CNN, from publicizing the wife-beating event and her subsequent unaliving, apparently by jumping off a bridge in New York. The Brooklyn Bridge, to be exact, according to one anonymous source. In fact, Dershowitz had been so thorough at snuffing out the memory of Sue Barlock, his first wife, that an internet search using Google came up with absolutely nothing about his first wife unless you already knew her name. Sometimes, like I said, if you put Dershowitz's first wife, you can come out, okay? Now, Dershowitz did mention her in his book, Chutzpah. He briefly explained how he got married to her because his parents encouraged him to marry a Jewish woman before he went away to law school, but that's about it. Now, the official marriage license for Alan Dershowitz and Sue Barlock has now come to light. It was issued on June 9th at 9:50 in the morning in 1959 in Brooklyn, New York. And further information on the certificate includes Dershowitz's address in Brooklyn at the time, that his occupation was full-time student, and the name of his parents, etc. As for the bride, Sue Barlock was named, and her address at the time was Bayonne, New Jersey, where it indicated that she was also born. Her occupation was also student, and both her parents, including her father, Bernard Barlock, and her mother, Ruth Feldman, were noted to be from Poland. Another document which has come to light, the marriage certificate, shows that on June 21st, 1959, they got married at 2 p.m. by Rabbi Joshua J. Eisenstein, And it was in the presence of witnesses William Haber and Anatole Tenenbaum, along with their signatures. That's all a matter of public record. And further proof of Sue Barlick's existence and status as the first wife of Alan Dershowitz can be found in the Who's Who book dated 1972. In this 1972 publication, it was published that Alan Morton Dershowitz was married to Sue Barlock. June 21st, 1959, 2 kids, Elon, Mark, and Jamin Seth. However, in the 1976 issue of Who's Who, there's no mention of his marriage or his wife at the time, but there is mention of his 2 children. Now, according to an anonymous source, Alan divorced Sue in 1975. It can then be logically surmised that she made her tragic exit from this world somewhere between 1975 and 1976. Now, according to one of the new anonymous sources who was an associate at Harvard University who lived almost next door to Dershowitz on Robinson Court in Cambridge, Mass., he also alleges that Alan beat up his wife, which landed her in the hospital. And I mean, it's crazy. And one of the things, if you want to, you can find the death certificate for Sue Barlock. It is available at the NewYorkCity.gov site. So it's very interesting that, hey, yeah, you know, I want all these things to be released, but don't ever ask me for that, and I'm going to keep stuff hidden. Now, one of the things is, back when Virginia Giuffre, her 2016 deposition involving allegations against Alan Dershowitz, when it was unsealed, we go, oh my goodness, there's so much stuff. And Dershowitz has pushed for the unsealing of all case documents, saying they would prove his innocence. But in her deposition, Virginia claimed she and Dershowitz had sex at least 6 times as she was trafficked by Epstein. In it, she details her allegations of, abuse against Epstein, as well as individuals she said participated in trafficking her, including Alan Dershowitz. Now, obviously, Dershowitz is one of many high-profile figures that Virginia alleged she had sex with while she was being trafficked by Epstein. Dershowitz has repeatedly denied ever having sex with her. For years, he litigated and publicly called for unsealing all documents related to the case, stating that the documents would prove he had done nothing wrong. So when these documents, his first batch, were unsealed, he said the material that has come out is completely exonerating of me. I'm a complete victim of a total frame-up. Now, this deposition was related to the defamation case between Dershowitz and Virginia Giuffre's lawyers, because her lawyers had filed suit against Alan Dershowitz in 2015, claiming that Dershowitz had defamed them by alleging they knowingly filed a case that contained falsehoods about Dershowitz, or failed to adequately investigate Virginia's claims against Dershowitz. In the deposition, Virginia says that she and Dershowitz were introduced while Jeffrey Epstein trafficked her as a teen. And she says that she and Dershowitz had sex on at least 6 occasions, saying that she couldn't count the number of times she'd met Dershowitz. She said Professor Dershowitz was around a lot, and there were always young girls around a lot. And she described several instances of engaging in sexual contact with Dershowitz, and that he was, so comfortable with the sex that was going on that he observed me in sexual activity with Jeffrey Epstein. And she detailed in the deposition about being encouraged by Epstein to engage in oral sex with Dershowitz while in a limousine, to have sex with him in a plane, while traveling with another young woman who was also trafficked by Epstein. And she goes, after the sexual experiences, which is what I'd been trained to do anyway, it was not out of the ordinary. I went to the back of the plane, got washcloths, and proceeded to clean Jeffrey and Alan up with a warm washcloth. She also said that she had seen him having sex with at least one more of Epstein's victims. She suspected, she didn't know how old the girl was. She just said she was blonde and young, and that she told several people about her experiences with Dershowitz, including a friend. Dershowitz maintained his innocence, calling Virginia a certified complete total liar who simply made up the entire story for money. They did settle their case in 2016. And then one of Virginia's lawyers filed a brief identifying the work that he and his co-attorney had done to ensure that Virginia's claims were credible. And he pointed to a Palm Beach police report, flight logs, the fact that another lawsuit had accused academics of having sex with Epstein witnesses, and other depositions and records tying Dershowitz to Epstein and Virginia. He said the settlement didn't mean that Virginia's claims weren't true. Now, Dershowitz wrote 27 pages battling back against the attorneys, denied ever having sex with Virginia or having even been at any of Epstein's properties during the 2-year period she was associated with him. But Virginia wasn't the only woman to say that Epstein directed her to have sex with Dershowitz. Sarah Ransom made a similar allegation in documents that surfaced in court records, claiming that Dershowitz was one of Epstein's friends he directed her to have sex with. Now, in a court filing seeking to discredit Ransom, Dershowitz filed emails from her where she characterizes her allegations in ways that appear politically motivated and include claims that appear outlandish, because she had said that the CIA hacked her emails and that she reached out to the Russians for help and planned to take down both Trump and Clinton with the help of WikiLeaks. Ransom has recanted some of her claims about Epstein, but she hasn't withdrawn her allegations about Dershowitz. So, I mean, this is the kind of thing that's going on. So, Alan Dershowitz, ask him about his first wife. No, nothing. But he wants all of this stuff because he says it's going to make everything look good. I'm not sure, because honestly, Alan Dershowitz has got a big, long history of bad behavior. And I'm not sure he wants every single document to be released, because there's a lot of depositions and a lot of things that have been redacted and a lot of John Does out there. But we shall see. Anyway, you guys, I will talk to you later.
And I say 60 days because insiders telling me that's when the major digital crypto bill could finally make it through Congress, hit President Trump's desk, possibly the end of September, maybe into October. It would send shockwaves through the financial world. But guys, this week was just step one in that process. Step one was just completed this week. The media completely missed the point of what just happened this week. While they were busy, chasing clicks and drama, focused on Coldplay concerts and other stuff, the biggest financial power struggle in modern history quietly exploded in the background. And if you don't understand what unfolded, you are going to be left behind, because this is about who controls America's future, the dollar, our financial system, Jerome Powell, your money, all of it tied up in one huge week. So we have a lot of news to unpack on this Sunday, and I want to bring you up to speed while you have some downtime on this Sunday. Thank you guys for subscribing. Great to see all of you. Much love to you. Love my subscribers. Great to see you guys. So let's break it all down, okay? China this week just slashed its U.S. Treasury holdings to the lowest level since the 2008 financial crisis. Now, that might sound like just a number on a spreadsheet, but it's not. It's a direct attack on the U.S. dollar. Why? Because for decades, the U.S. has relied on China to buy our debt. When China holds treasuries, our debt, it props up the dollar's global status. It's a vote of confidence in the U.S. economy. But now China is selling. Now, they've been selling for the past few years, but now in a big way, and they're selling fast. And when your biggest creditor starts dumping your debt, that's the financial equivalent of pulling the fire alarm. It weakens demand for the U.S. dollar, pushes interest rates even higher, even as President Trump has been pushing Powell to lower interest rates. And it signals to the rest of the world that we don't trust America's money anymore. It's a massive economic blow to the U.S. credibility. And if this trend continues, the dollar's days as the world's reserve currency could be numbered. Now, at the same time, Trump is pushing for Fed Chair Jerome Powell to either resign or slash interest rates immediately. Kind of started off the week saying, I want him gone, I want him fired.
I think if Jerome Powell stepped down, it would be a great thing. I don't know that he's going to, but he should.
By the end of the week, he kind of walked that back a little bit. Where does Congress sit on all of this? Well, they just passed sweeping crypto legislation this week that bans central bank digital currencies, CBDCs. Whoa. I mean, this is exactly, by the way, what I voted for. I absolutely wanted President Trump to ban central bank digital currencies. I think that this is the globalists' biggest wet dream right now, to push a CBDC. For lack of a better term, they want total control, and President Trump just gave them the middle finger.
I will never allow the creation of a central bank digital currency.
Now, each of these stories on their own would be major headlines, but together, all in one freaking week, this is a tectonic shift, a coordinated assault on the old financial order and the beginning of something entirely new in the United States. Now, in my opinion, this is the most pivotal moment in U.S. economic history since the creation of the Federal Reserve back in 1913. And here's the kicker. The biggest wealth transfer in human history is already underway. It's happening right now. So you're either going to be on the winning side of it, or you're going to miss the whole thing and get burned by it. But first, more news that I want to lay out for you, and the bigger picture of all of this that you need to understand. Trump has made it very clear. He wants Jerome Powell out. He calls him a clueless knucklehead, even flat out says that he's holding the country back.
You're telling me he's going to quit. I hope he quits. I don't know that he's going to quit, but he should quit because he's been very bad for the country.
And Trump isn't just tweeting this. He's pointing directly at the root of the problem, the Fed, an unelected body of central bankers controlling the economy when the people and the Treasury are demanding something very different. Trump even recommended a book that I love, actually. It's called American Leviathan, about how we got here. He's not just playing politics. He's waging war on the entire administrative financial state. Let's be honest. The Federal Reserve is a criminal organization, an unelected criminal syndicate that have ruined our country, kept us in a perpetual state of wars. I mean, without the Fed, we wouldn't be able to fund these wars, period. End of story. And while we're focused on Powell this week, China is quietly executing a 5-step plan to crush the United States dollar. Number one, signaling currency swap deals with 40-plus countries, ditching the U.S. dollar in favor of the yuan. Number two, dumping U.S. dollar reserves and buying up as much gold as they can. Number three, they're using the Belt and Road Initiative to push loans and trade in RMB, not dollars, around the world, all through Latin America, right in our backyard. Last week, I showed you how the Chinese ports are state-of-the-art, and they own over 50 of them around the world now.
China is crushing us in their advancements. They have 50 deep water ports that could produce their largest carriers and submarines. We have 2.
Number four, they're rolling out the digital yuan and alternative payment systems to bypass our SWIFT system. And number five, they're rallying the BRICS nations right now, including Saudi Arabia, behind a new global currency. All of that happening right now. This is the roadmap to dethroning the US dollar, and we're watching it happening in real time. There's another piece of this that most people, though, are completely missing, but it's huge. And it's Trump's answer to China. Now, the US dollar is officially going on the blockchain as of this last week. Yes, you heard that right. A US dollar-backed stablecoin now being embraced as part of America's financial strategy. And it's not just some fringe crypto idea anymore. Trump just signed it into law on Friday night. This puts the dollar on chain in the form of a regulated stablecoin as part of the Genius Act.
As we signed the landmark Genius Act, I pledged that we would bring back American liberty and leadership and make the United States the crypto capital of the world, and that's what we've done.
Trump's crypto czar, David Sachs, explained how big this is during the signing ceremony. Watch.
This Genius Act will unlock American dominance in the crypto industry by creating clear rules of the road. It will update archaic payment rails with a revolutionary new payment system. And it will extend U.S. dollar dominance, like you said, globally, by creating a digital dollar that people all over the world can use. And for every digital dollar in a crypto wallet, there'll be a traditional dollar in a U.S. bank account, which will create trillions of dollars of demand for U.S. Treasury. So that is the power of this bill, is U.S. dollar dominance.
Now, make no mistake, this is a direct response to China's digital yuan and the BRICS de-dollarization push. Think about it. If we can't stop BRICS from launching their own gold-backed currency, dumping U.S. treasuries, well, the next best play is to modernize the U.S. dollar, make it easier to use, make it faster to settle transactions, and blockchain native, so it's on blockchain. That's what a dollar-backed stable coin does. It gives the dollar new life on a digital battlefield. And Trump is going all in on crypto. I mean, this is how Trump plans to keep the U.S. dollar as the reserve currency, not by printing more money, but by making the dollar more useful than anything out there. And I think that's what most people are missing in all of this. Oh, the US dollar with a stable coin, that's not going to save the US dollar, perhaps. But what it does do is make the US dollar far more useful than anything out there. It's a digital arms race. We can settle transactions quickly on blockchain. It's a digital arms race, and America is finally showing up. We don't look like we're stuck in the 1940s. So when you connect all the dots here, China dumping treasuries, Trump gunning for the Fed, CBDCs being banned by Congress and President Trump. Like, holy cow. I mean, now this massive push towards a blockchain-based US dollar. You realize right now we are in the middle of the biggest financial pivot in over 100 years. This is bigger, in my opinion, than Nixon taking us off the gold standard. This rivals 1913 and the creation of the Fed and the fake money printing that came out of that. And speaking of gold, gold is near record highs right now. Silver at a 14-year high. Bitcoin just blew past $120,000 a Bitcoin. And the stock market is hitting all-time highs. This is not normal, guys. None of this is normal. So where does this leave us? I mean, you at least think you'd see, stock market plummeting, Bitcoin skyrocketing, but all of it is up. Well, here's where I've placed my personal bet. Now, this is the sponsor of today's video, DeFi Technologies, trading under the ticker DEFT.
Trump is starting yet another round of tariffs against the world and has made it clear the BRICS organization will be his #1 target in the future. But Trump has to be careful. The BRICS organization continues to grow in power and leverage. Just last month, Vietnam formally joined BRICS as a partner member. And as this New York Times article warns, under attack by Trump tariffs, Asian countries seek out better friends. Trump is playing with fire. And as the saying goes, you will eventually get burned. Trump is now under massive scrutiny from even his biggest Republican supporters for not releasing the Epstein files. But this isn't even the worst of his problems. Just look at this poll from YouGov, which details how Trump's approval rating is plummeting on every major issue, from jobs in the economy to foreign policy to inflation and prices, all of which are the direct result of tariffs. The U.S. 20-year Treasury note recently jumped above 5.04% and is closing in on the highest level in 18 years, which is a clear indication the U.S. economy is headed straight for a recession. Trump's plan of intimidating BRICS isn't working. In fact, it is achieving the opposite result and simply making BRICS stronger. Earlier this month, leaders from across the globe gathered in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, to attend the 2025 BRICS Summit. And it was during this very conference that Trump completely lost control. He fired off a series of angry messages on social media, warning the world that any country aligning themselves with the anti-American policies of BRICS will be charged an additional 10% tariff. Now, you might think the threat of an additional 10% tariff would be intimidating to smaller, developing countries. But the truth is, this behavior is the exact reason why BRICS exist in the first place. Brazil president and host of the 2025 BRICS Summit, Lula da Silva, said it best. "We are tired of blind subservience to Washington. Brazil today is turning east, where there is a partnership based on interests, not dictates." While BRICS nations commit to a more democratic and inclusive world order, Trump continues to choose a path of high tariffs and burning bridges with even the closest of American allies. Canada has now been threatened with a new 35% tariff, while 25% tariffs were placed on Japan and Korea, a shocking move for the two countries the U.S. expects to be its biggest allies to counter Chinese influence. These actions are so clearly destructive to U.S. prosperity and world standing, it leads one to question whether Trump is intentionally trying to collapse the country. While the United States desperately clings to its waning influence, BRICS have laid out the framework for a new multipolar future. And in today's video, we're going to break down the major developments of the 2025 BRICS conference, explain how world leaders are standing up to the US, and break down Trump's disastrous response to the increasingly multipolar world. Everyone, if topics like this interest you, you're going to love our video sponsor, Nomad Capitalist. Last September, I flew to Malaysia and met their founder, Andrew Henderson, at the 2024 Nomad Capitalist Live event in Kuala Lumpur. And it was like hearing a real-life case study of what I discuss on this channel. Andrew started as an entrepreneur, frustrated by huge tax bills, even though he was operating globally. But instead of accepting the status quo, He built a new framework for legally reducing taxes, gaining second citizenship, and investing in countries that actually want your business. He turned that experience into Nomad Capitalist, a company that helps you create a customized global plan no matter where you start from. The truth is that in today's chaotic world of uncertainty, you need a plan B. And Nomad Capitalist is the best company I've found to help you achieve just that. I'm traveling back to Malaysia this September to speak once again at this year's event. And if you want to join me in KL and learn the best strategies to protect yourself in today's chaotic world, simply visit nomadcapitalist.com/live and learn more about how you can attend this year's event. I'm honored to return as a speaker to the event and look forward to seeing you all in Malaysia soon. But now let's get back to the story of BRICS and how the organization continues to defy the odds and rise at a time of global uncertainty. Now, most people associate China as the leader of the BRICS organization, but during the 2025 summit, Brazil stole the show, using the platform as an opportunity to fight back against Trump and send a clear message to the US government and the world.
Porque eu não acho uma coisa muito responsável e séria presidente da República de país do tamanho dos Estados Unidos ficar ameaçando o mundo através da internet. Não é correto. Sabe? A gente precisa saber que o mundo mudou. Sabe? Não queremos imperador. Nós somos países soberanos. Se ele achar que ele pode taxar, os países têm o direito de taxar também. Existe a lei da reciprocidade. Eu acho muito equivocado e muito irresponsável presidente ficar ameaçando os outros em redes digitais.
These bold words coming from the Brazilian president indicate one thing. The world is changing, and the US must now respect the sovereignty of countries pursuing a different path. But here is where things get very interesting, as Trump once again lost control and directly interfered into the domestic affairs of a sovereign nation. Let's break it down. As Trump has repeatedly shown, he values loyalty above all else, and for several years received incredible loyalty from Brazil's former president, Jair Bolsonaro, who was a massive Trump supporter and shared many of Trump's far-right views. In a striking parallel to the January 6th insurrection in the United States, after losing the 2022 Brazilian presidential election, Bolsonaro's supporters stormed Brazil's capital to stage an unsuccessful coup against the democratically elected Lula da Silva. Much like Donald Trump, Bolsonaro is now facing criminal charges for his role in the insurrection and has admitted to having informal conversations with military leaders where he explored alternatives within the framework of the Constitution to remain in power. This is literally exactly what Donald Trump tried to do when he lost the election to Joe Biden. But in a shocking turn of events, Trump announced during the BRICS summit that the US government would slap Brazil with a 50% tariff in response to Trump's close ally, Bolsonaro, facing persecution. Everyone, this is a blatant interference into a sovereign nation's affairs. Unfortunately, something the US government has a long and muddled history of doing, most especially inside South America. But times have changed. Countries no longer fear sanctions and tariffs from the US, as Brazil's President Lula doubled down, stating Brazil can survive trade without the US and will look to other partners to replace it. The truth is, many US politicians are now realizing the new world we live in. Just look at the shocked and puzzled face of Secretary of State Marco Rubio trying to explain how China and Brazil are not even using the US dollar anymore in trade.
Today, Brazil, in our hemisphere, largest country in the Western Hemisphere south of us, cut a trade deal with China. They're going to, from now on, do trade in their own currencies, get right around the dollar. They're creating a secondary economy in the world, totally independent of the United States. We won't have to talk about sanctions in 5 years because there'll be so many countries transacting in currencies other than the dollar that we won't have the ability to sanction.
China has now stepped in to fill the massive strategic and economic void left by the United States, and the two countries' relationship has been flourishing. China and Brazil's economies are incredibly complementary, with Brazil being a massive supplier of China's raw material and food demands, while in turn, Brazil is a major importer of Chinese consumer goods like phones and electric vehicles. This type of win-win trade between complementary economies is exactly what BRICS is trying to replicate across the globe, and is a stark contrast to the current Western-based extractive model. Over the past 20 years, China has firmly surpassed the United States as Brazil's largest source of exports, reaching nearly 4 times that of the United States as of 2023. One of the biggest symbols of this transition is Brazil's automotive industry. Over the past 5 years, there has been an explosive rise in Chinese electric vehicles in Brazil. Brands like Ford are quickly losing market share to Chinese EV giants like BYD. In a shift that mirrors the broader diplomatic realignment from the US to China, BYD took over an abandoned Ford factory in Brazil, modernized it, and now provides thousands of jobs to the local economy. Whether it's smartphones or cars, China has eagerly stepped in to fill the void left by the United States, offering products that are not only more affordable, but often better quality. To further strengthen the relationship beyond economic ties, Brazil has become a key partner in China's Belt and Road Initiative, contributing to the construction of multiple ports, railways, and renewable energy projects. The most ambitious undertaking between the two nations to date is the Interoceanic Railway, a massive infrastructure project that will span the entire continent from Brazil to Peru. This mega project promises to dramatically reduce the time and cost associated with transporting goods from Brazil. Not only will it boost regional trade with Brazil's neighboring countries, but it will also turbocharge its trade with China. Whether goods are shipped through the Panama Canal or around the tip of South America, shipping from Brazil to China takes around 30 to 40 days. But with this new railway, total shipping time will be reduced by 7 to 10 days, as it directly links Brazil's interior to Peru's Pacific ports. Washington has been furious with China's growing presence in the region, but with no viable alternatives to offer, what did they expect? The only recent U.S. attempt to rival China's investment projects was former Secretary of State Antony Blinken's trip to Peru last year, where the United States donated visibly outdated rail cars that were decades old. The press conference surrounding this donation was met with international criticism, as it was seen not as a meaningful contribution to the country's development, but rather as a desperate, half-hearted response to China's investment in the region. It was widely perceived as the U.S. simply offloading its old, unwanted equipment with little regard for Peru's actual needs. Meanwhile, China is building massive infrastructure projects, like the Port of Chansi, China's key Belt and Road project in the continent and China's gateway to South America. In response to Peru's highly successful partnership in building the modern Port of Chansi, the U.S. didn't try to strengthen ties or offer a better deal. Instead, Trump's special advisor on Latin American affairs called for tariffs of up to 60% on any company using the Chansi port to trade with China. Once again, it's hard to comprehend how U.S. officials don't understand that threats and tariffs will not result in a positive outcome. Investing in building relationships, two things that China is very good at, is the only way forward. As a result of these bully tactics, it's no wonder why so many South American countries are enthusiastically willing to work with China. The sad part is, American investment in the region would be massively beneficial to American interests back home. The U.S. would gain a lot from a richer and more developed Latin America. For one, it would considerably improve U.S. illegal immigration issues and create wealth and infrastructure for American goods and services too. But unfortunately, the U.S. foreign policy believes that other countries' gain is the United States' loss. America's closest regional neighbors and allies can see this too. Canada's Prime Minister has even gone on to say the old U.S.-Canada relationship is over and that they are ready to stand up to the bully in the United States. And perhaps one of the biggest bombshell reports coming out of this year's BRICS conference was the presence of Mexico's Foreign Secretary De La Fuente at the conference in Rio. And trust me, this is no minor development. Mexico sending a high-ranking official sends a clear message to the United States. If not for the threat of being shut out of the US market, it's likely that Mexico would already be seeking full BRICS membership. Mexico and Canada are not only the United States' only two bordering countries, but America's first and second biggest trading partners by total trade value. With Canada saying its friendship with the US is over, Mexico flirting with BRICS membership, the US can't maintain influence in its own hemisphere, let alone the rest of the world. While Brazil and Latin America took center stage at this year's BRICS summit, major developments from other regions underscored the alliance's growing influence. Notably, the 2025 meeting marked Indonesia's debut as a full member, a significant addition as the world's fourth most populous country and a major world economy. It also welcomed Vietnam as a new partner country, a massive expansion for the bloc. Vietnam's state-led development model closely mirrors China's, and its rapid rise in quality of living echoes China's trajectory a decade ago. At this stage in its economic ascent, Vietnam relies heavily on collaboration with Chinese firms to manufacture finished goods for global markets. And by joining BRICS, Hanoi sends a clear message to Washington. It is rejecting fear-mongering about containing China and instead embracing a pragmatic, cooperative approach with its neighbor. The U.S. recognizes Southeast Asia is the ultimate prize. Once again, listen to Secretary of State Marco Rubio speak enthusiastically about the future of Southeast Asia, which ironically, the United States will not be a part of if Donald Trump continues this tariff war.
This is where much of the story of the 21st century is going to be written. This is where 2/3 of economic growth is going to happen over the next 25 or 30 years. And many of the countries in Southeast Asia, not only are they some of the youngest countries in the world, but they're about to see an enormous expansion of their labor markets, their labor pool, number of workers. This is a historic, once-in-a-generation opportunity.
Let's not forget that China is the leader of the Indo-Pacific region and is pushing forward, building relationships and maintaining its dominant position as the region's driver of economic growth. Trump's trade war was supposed to force submission, but instead, it accelerated the very thing Washington feared most, a world that no longer needs American approval to thrive. Brazil, Vietnam, Indonesia are defying Washington by proving that alternatives exist. China's investments into their countries are undeniably a better option to pursue, and pursuing them weaves safety nets for countries tired of living under America's thumb. The most ironic part of Trump tariffs and attempts to dissolve the bloc didn't weaken BRICS, but supercharged it. Every punitive measure pushes more nations into the BRICS orbit, and unfortunately for the US, it could have competed with better deals, smarter diplomacy, and real partnerships. But instead, it chose bullying, and the world is calling its bluff. The future isn't unipolar, it's multipolar, and BRICS is building it one nation at a time. Everyone, I hope you enjoyed today's deep dive into the latest on the BRICS organization. As always, you can count on
Because of the recognition that Russia cannot be stopped on the battlefield in Ukraine, and that Moscow is steadily nearing a convincing victory in the special military operation, Western countries, feeling desperate, persist in imposing new sanctions against Russia. At the same time, the West is well aware that these sanctions primarily harm Western countries themselves. However, the desire of the so-called Western leaders to harm Russia is so great that they are even ready to sacrifice the welfare of their citizens for this, and finally destroy the economy of the West. Well, my dear truth seekers, as you probably already know, on July 18, 2025, the European Union finally decided to impose the 18th package of sanctions against Russia. A key element of this new package of sanctions was the introduction of a new price ceiling for Russian oil. This figure amounted to $47.60 per barrel. Additionally, these new EU sanctions also targeted one of the largest Indian oil refineries. Reports indicate that this Indian oil refinery had a stake in the Russian oil company Rosneft. According to European officials, the European Union refuses the products of this Indian oil refinery because of its close ties with Russia. Additionally, the European Union has stated it will refuse to import diesel and kerosene from any country if these fuels are made from Russian oil. In general, the so-called European leaders claim that due to the new package of sanctions, Russia will allegedly lose about $7 billion every year. At the same time, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen admitted that this new package of sanctions is mainly aimed at closing the back doors that Russia used to circumvent Western embargoes. According to her, the new package of sanctions will allegedly force Indian refineries to stop sending Russian oil to Europe. As a result, Moscow will allegedly lose billions of dollars a year and will no longer be able to circumvent European sanctions. At the same time, it is worth noting that the authorities of Britain, Canada, the United States, and Japan refused to support the European Union in its desire to impose a new price ceiling for Russian oil. London, Ottawa, Washington, and Tokyo have made it clear that these restrictions will primarily harm themselves, not Russia. In this regard, these countries refuse to participate in the new European Union's adventure. By the way, a few hours ago, the deputy chairman of the Russian Security Council, Dmitry Medvedev, commented on the introduction of the new package of sanctions by the European Union. According to him, the new sanctions package is meaningless. Dmitry Medvedev noted that over the past 3 years, Western countries have imposed dozens of the most crushing sanctions against Russia, and that all of them have proved powerless against the Russian economy. On the contrary, these sanctions have caused more damage to their initiators than to Russia. Furthermore, Dmitry Medvedev also stated that against the backdrop of these new sanctions, the Russian military and political leadership decided to continue launching massive missile strikes against military installations of the Ukrainian army and NATO forces, including those located in the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv, with increasing force. Additionally, Dmitry Medvedev stated that he had spoken to Vladimir Putin and urged him to consider fully distancing Russia from countries like Germany, Britain, France, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. According to him, these countries deserve only contempt because they imitate the Third Reich and follow the path of Nazi Germany. Unfortunately, Europe is once again moving along the same path, the consequences of which are already known from the pages of history, Medvedev said. By the way, many reputable experts agreed with Dmitry Medvedev's statement that the new package of sanctions would have no negative effect on the Russian economy. According to them, the Russian economy is too flexible and has huge potential. Since 2015, the West has been trying to strangle Russia with the help of unprecedented sanctions. However, instead, Russia's economy has only become stronger and more independent. As a result, Moscow has significantly strengthened its military-industrial complex and gained the opportunity to establish its production of those products that Russia had previously purchased from Western countries. All this also had a very positive impact on the course of the special military operation. As a result, the Russian army units began to win one victory after another on the battlefield. By the way, the World Bank confirmed the rapid strengthening of the Russian economy for the second year in a row. This international financial organization stated that according to the results of 2024, Russia remained the fourth largest economy in the world, in terms of purchasing power parity, and the largest economy in Europe. The World Bank has confirmed that the volume of the Russian economy has reached $6.92 trillion. At the same time, it is reported that the economies of Japan and Germany continue to lag behind Russia rapidly. The World Bank claims that according to the results of 2024, the volume of the Japanese economy reached only $6.4 trillion. As for Germany, the volume of its economy has reached $6 trillion. Furthermore, a few days ago, experts from World Economics presented the latest data for the last 7 months. And judging by this table, it is clear that since January 2025, the Russian economy has grown significantly, while the indicators of the Japanese and German economies continue to decline rapidly. Thus, as you can see, Russia is winning a convincing victory not only on the battlefield in Ukraine, but also in the economic war. All this once again proved the incompetence and inadequacy of the so-called Western leaders, who by their actions, made Russia great again.
The latest images show a massive Russian strike on Kyiv and its environs, hitting production and storage facilities. More than 15 direct explosions have been recorded on specific military targets. According to Ukrainian monitoring channels, last night on July 20th, Russia launched 426 drones, including kamikaze and decoy drones, cruise and ballistic missiles, were also actively used against targets across Ukraine. Images show the most strikes on Kyiv. The attacks came in a continuous wave that disabled the local air defense system. Industrial enterprises were reportedly hit and caused damage. Last night, the Russian armed forces conducted a group strike with high-precision long-range air, land, and naval weapons on Ukrainian military-industrial complex enterprises and military airfield infrastructure. All designated targets were hit, the Russian Ministry of Defense reported on July 21st. One source reported that more than 24 Garin drones fell on a single target. Daylight footage from Kyiv following the night blows, open and reliable channels confirmed a large fire in the Darnitsky district and reported fires at warehouses in the Solomiansky district, with likely many more at several impact sites across the capital. Zelyony Air Base, Artem Defense Plant, and Kyiv Radio Plant were the main targets this time and were affected by the attack, as confirmed by NASA firm's data that will be released soon. Several of these targets had been hit some time ago, but they appeared to be less effective, or perhaps Ukraine and NATO were diligently reoperating the facilities. Footage from Artem Defense Plant shows the extensive damage caused by dozens of Garin drones targeting the site near Lukyanivska metro station. Smoke filled the underground shelter of the metro station after the Artem strike, which was hit by the blast wave across the street from the metro station. In this case, Ukrainian channels reported that apartment blocks and a kindergarten were burned. It is noteworthy that Artem Defense Plant, a major Ukrainian arms manufacturer, causing additional damage to the metro station, which was recorded long after the attack was over. Additionally, it was reported that an X-101 cruise missile struck the radio engineering plant on Borispilska Street during the nighttime arrival on Kyiv that lasted until the morning. New footage shows a fire burning for several hours inside a workshop at the radio plant, but the fire was not extinguished until noon, which had particularly engulfed the building.
Is Scott Ritter. He always makes the most important of any and all of our guests, the most important contribution precisely because he's been there and done that. Precisely because he was a Marine Corps intelligence officer. Precisely because he was in the arms inspection business. Precisely because he was involved in some of the most highly charged geopolitical areas in the world then, in the former Soviet Union, in the post-Saddam Hussein Iraq. He and I were comrades in arms. We both said that the case that had been made for what turned out to be the utter destruction of Iraq and the killing of 1 million of its people and the cascading of fanatic extremism around the world, we both said that this was one of the biggest blunders, one of the biggest crimes of the early 21st century. Little did we know that 25 years nearly on, we'd still having to be talking with each other, almost weekly, really, about even bigger blunders, even bigger crimes. But that we must, Scott Ritter. Is always a pleasure, Scott, to have you on the show. I'm very grateful for your time. There's so many enchiladas we could choose, but let's start with, if you will, the NATO proxy war against Russia. I was saying to Afshan Ratansi earlier, I don't think Donald Trump's 50-day ultimatum is going to alter the course of Vladimir Putin's presidency much, but I'm beginning to suspect that it's going to alter little Volodymyr Zelensky's. What do you think?
I agree. You know, when he first announced it, I was scratching my head as to why 50 days? I mean, it's a arbitrary number. I don't know if my screen's frozen or not, but I'll keep speaking just in case you can hear me.
Yeah. Yeah, your voice is good.
It's an arbitrary number. Okay. It's an arbitrary number, 50 days. It's not linked to anything of significance. And when you put it in the context of the other things that he announced in the context of this, arms deliveries that just aren't happening. I mean, people need to understand the 17 batteries, a full complement, according to the president, they're not flowing. The Swiss found out that the Patriots they ordered that were supposed to arrive in 2026, 2027 aren't arriving. Instead, that production line is being diverted to Germany that then will divert Patriots to Ukraine. But that doesn't change the fact that these systems don't get delivered until 2026, 2027. It's currently 2025. And even though I'm a simple Marine and math isn't my forte, I know that 2026 is a year away. So the weapons deliveries are just a sham, just a pure sham. The sanctions aren't going to happen. I mean, this notion that the president is somehow going to drive fear into the hearts of the Chinese, the Indians, and the Brazilians by threatening sanctions. Brazil already said, if you don't want to trade with us, we won't trade with you. It doesn't matter. China's already said we're doubling down on Russia. And, do you want us to once again pull the plug on rare earth minerals and magnetic materials that will collapse your auto industry? Trump won't do that. And India, if you keep pushing India enough, they are going to slide off the fence on the side that America doesn't want them to slide on, which is BRICS, G20, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. So 50 days to do what? Seymour Hersh, a close friend of mine and a man who I deeply respect in terms of his, journalism, has come out and said it's to get rid of Volodymyr Zelensky. And this is the only thing that makes sense. The United States understands that Russia and Ukraine are on totally opposite poles here when it comes to sides of the equation, and you can't bring them together. You're not going to bomb Vladimir Putin into submission. I mean, the ridiculous campaign statement that Trump made in 2024 that he told Putin to his face that if you go into Kiev, I will bomb the bovine excrement out of Moscow is a straight up lie. That conversation never took place, nor did the conversation with Xi Jinping. But the bottom line is Putin will not budge, and Trump knows this. The problem is Zelensky, and Zelensky has to go. And there's widespread recognition of this reality. And I think Seymour Hersh's reporting, together with other reporting that's appeared in the British press, strongly suggests that Zelensky's on his way out. And this is the only way you move this issue forward. You remove Zelensky. You have to have elections in Ukraine. There has to be a legitimate leader that then can negotiate a deal that will be acceptable to the Russians. I mean, that's the other bottom line is whoever replaces Zelensky has to know that this is a new game and there are new rules. The old rules, the old game no longer apply. But I think that's what these 50 days are for. I think Zelensky's on his way out. And again, I don't mean to be too harsh here, but he can either leave the old-fashioned way, which is on an airplane with a suitcase full of money going to one of the many mansions that he's bought with American taxpayer funds over the course of the past decade, or he can die on a cold slab, shirtless, with a bullet hole in his head. That's just the way it's going to be. There's no happy ending for Zelensky here.
There needs to be more than one suitcase, I think, unless he's got most of it out already. I'm recalling our former puppet in Afghanistan. I've already forgotten his name, but I will never forget the black bin bags brim full of paper currency. So very last decade, isn't it? But the coordination of the I don't know if you've read Robert Louis Stevenson, Treasure Island. The black spot was pressed into the palm. This was a black spot moment. The Spectator and the Financial Times, who don't do anything, never say anything that is not approved by the state and the deep state, they handed Zelensky the black spot this weekend. They said that, guess what? He's an authoritarian. What you and I were accused of being Putin apologists for repeatedly pointing out, they said he's corrupt. Ditto, that he is deeply unpopular. Ditto. Everything we said is now appearing in the world's fanciest newspapers. How does that feel to you?
Well, it won't be the first time this has happened. I would hope it would be the last time, but unfortunately, I have a tendency to call things correctly before the mainstream media catches on, and it usually means that bad policies have ensued that aren't fact-driven. But Zelensky, I did a documentary on him, a two-part documentary back in 2023 called Agent Zelensky, where I detailed the fact that this man isn't a democratically chosen savior of the Ukrainian people, but a hand-picked puppet of MI6, the CIA, Ukrainian oligarchs, whose sole job was to do what happened, to get Ukraine to serve as a proxy to the West in a conflict with Russia designed to strategically defeat Russia. And in this way, you can say Zelensky has been a great success in terms of facilitating at least 3 years of this effort. But the fact is, the Russian bear isn't going to roll over and play dead. The Russian bear came out of hibernation and has been eating very well, apparently, and it's a very strong bear right now, and it's on the prowl. And nobody's going to be able to put it back into its den. And so Zelensky's time is up. They now have to bring in another figurehead whose job is to facilitate the surrender of Ukraine. And that's what we're talking about here, literally the surrender of Ukraine. This will not be a negotiated settlement. And the West is starting to come to grips with that. You see the panic in NATO right now as they realize that Russia has won this war. And it's not going to end well for NATO in terms of their ambitious endeavor to keep Russia down. The good news is all the ridiculous talk you hear out of the British generals and the Polish generals and the French generals, even now American generals, about Russia wanting to invade NATO. That's just ludicrous. It's stupid. It's ignorant as the day is long, but they need to be saying this and screaming this as people look at Ukraine and say, hey, we're losing. And they can't say, well, it's just a fake the whole time. It's just a proxy war. Don't worry about it. they now have to say, in order to preserve their political credibility, yes, those evil Russians are winning there, so now we need to build up our arsenals to be able to confront the Russians. I've never seen so much bellicose posturing by British officers in a long time. I mean, it's up there with the ridiculous posturing of the German officers and the Polish officers, three armies that simply can't fight today, especially the British army, who, I mean, can barely fill up a soccer stadium with troops. And apparently, based upon what I've seen, no offense, George, but many of these troops are not battle fit. And yet the generals are out there just talking as if they're ready to go to war with Russia. It's not only embarrassing, but it's dangerous.
It is dangerous and slightly absurd, slightly Gilbert and Sullivan. It is a paper army. We have 74,000 in all three armed forces, by the way. But that includes hairdressers and clerks and medical staffs and probably diversity officers and all the rest of that paraphernalia. We probably couldn't field more than 40,000 people across three services that would be ready for action in a war against Russia with millions of men and 3 years battle hardened and with a military industrial complex that knocks everybody else together. Military industrial complex working like clockwork. No doubt the 40,000 that we have are skilled and brave officers and men. I'm not in any way seeking to disparage them, but they are being encouraged by their political masters to get into, a swinging dick contest with people with much, much larger dicks than them. And that's what's dangerous about it.
I'm sorry, George, that's just perfect. But yeah, I mean, this is basically, the beta cook showing up at the porn star convention thinking they got what it takes. They don't. It's ridiculous. Just to show you the level of ridiculous. No, drone warfare is being redefined as we speak in the Ukrainian-Russian conflict. The Russians now, they allowed an Italian journalist to go through their production facility in Tatarstan and outside of Kazan, where they're in the process of producing over 1,000 of these Shahed-style drones a day, 1,000 a day. They're already firing 400, 500, 600, 700 a day. There's talk that they're going to get it up to 2,000 a day. This is Russia in full swing. And when I say in full swing, understand that they're not really in full swing because the Russian economy is still very much dominated by civilian industry. The military has been mobilized to a certain extent, but this is not a wartime footing. But in this, mobilized state, they're outproducing the West in 3 months what the entire NATO produces in a year. Pete Hegseth, the U.S. Secretary of Defense, has come out with this ridiculous directive for drone dominance. He's directing that the United States will have drone dominance, as if by saying this, it shall happen. And at the same time, the United States has unveiled its copy, literally a copy of the Shahed drone, the geranium that the Russians are mass producing, called Lucas. It's got one of those ridiculous American acronyms. But he's saying this proves that we're on par with the Russians. Lucas is still in the developmental stage. It hasn't achieved mass production. It never will achieve anything remotely resembling this because the Russians are producing something that costs $20,000 each. Lucas is going to cost close to $1 million, $1.5 million per copy. This shows you why we will never match the Russians, because we can't do what the Russians do. And we're not even talking about the manpower right now. I've said this before and I'll say it again. Are the Russians supermen? Absolutely not. They bleed just like we do. When bullets hit them, they die, they get wounded, they cry out for mommy. They do the whole thing. War is as hell. But what the Russians have on us is that for 3 years, they've learned how to kill. There's a great book written by a trilogy. Rick Atkinson wrote it about the U.S. Army in World War II. And when he gets to the end of the first book, An Army at Dawn, and he talks about getting ready to go into Sicily, he said the soldiers that were green at Kasserine Pass that the Germans beat, he said they had learned that the only way they're going to go home is through Berlin. And the only way they're going to get to Berlin is by killing Germans. And they became very good at killing Germans. The Russians right now are very good at killing Ukrainians, and they'll be very good at killing anybody who gets in front of them. NATO has no relevant combat experience. And the first engagement between Russian forces and NATO forces, if God forbid it ever happens, will end in an absolute disaster for the NATO forces, which is why people like General Christopher Donahue, the current commander of European forces, who just hosted in Wiesbaden a conference called, I think it's Euroland. It's about the future of war. He threatened to take out the Kaliningrad exclave. He said, we can do this instantly. No, Chris, you can't. If you even attack Kaliningrad, understand it doesn't exist in isolation. There's the rest of Russia out there with all of their missiles, like the Oreshnik. You will die screaming like a scared girl in your bunker when you realize the missiles are incoming and you have no air defense to protect you, and you made a grave mistake. Anybody who thinks that they could fight and defeat the Russians on the field of battle today is making a grave mistake. But moreover, we should never even be thinking about that. The Russians are not posturing themselves for war. They are posturing themselves for peace, to live in peace, to live in prosperity. Go to Russia, visit Russia. I know you were in Russia recently, and I know you know what I'm about to say is true. These are people who are in love with living life, and they're living a good, high-quality life. And all they ask is to be able to continue to live that life free of the interference of outside powers who have, for the past century and a half, wanted nothing more than to bring Russia down.
Amen to all that. Speaking of Russia, Scott, it turns out, although again, you and I already knew this, but now the whole country knows it, that Russia was indeed a hoax. And moreover, it is a hoax that is entirely the responsibility of your former president, Barack Obama, because it wasn't the intelligence community that said that Putin put Trump into the White House. In fact, they said the precise opposite. It was Obama and his henchmen and women who perpetrated a fraud, I say a coup against the idea of America, against the American Republic itself, exponentially bigger than January 6th, that farcical affair. The consequences of that could have been World War III. Because if Russia had indeed interfered in your politics to the extent that they installed an agent of theirs in the White House, well, could scarcely get more serious than that. Do you think this has got legs? Is there any chance of prosecution?
The information that Tulsi Gabbard has brought forward is damning. I don't know if it's sufficient for an indictment, and I don't know if it's...
Revolutionary salute to our Queen Yaya's kids for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, Queen. Appreciate you helping me keep the lights on. Here at the House of Revolution. Salute.
It's sufficient for a successful prosecution. On the surface, it should lead to preparation for an indictment. But, you have to also be careful of the fact that, prosecution may be difficult because you have to prove things. And for instance, I think one of the most difficult hurdles they're going to have to overcome is what Brennan, the CIA director, did in bringing out a human source, a defector inside Russia, inside the presidential administration, who apparently was a double agent, and that the Russians were feeding information back just to play the United States and humiliate the United States, which they've succeeded in doing, by the way. Again, this is totally a self-inflicted wound. But I don't know if when you go to trial, this kind of information may not be able to be brought forward, because then you get into all the things the CIA never wants to talk about, and then other evidence that would be condemning will be protected by executive privilege and things like that. So I think Tulsi's playing a strong hand up front to create the public, to shape public perception about the criminal actions of Obama and his henchmen. But if it comes time to actually successfully prosecute, which I dream about, because I truly believe that no person is above the law, especially a president who betrays the trust and confidence of the American people by committing a legitimate act of treason, which is what Obama has done. I'd love to see them held accountable, but we're talking about three of the most high-placed deep state actors possible: Obama, Brennan, Comey, the CIA, FBI, and the president. And it's going to be very hard to put forward a cognizable case that can actually succeed in prosecuting because of the classification of the information that is at stake here.
The public now know, though, that the entire first presidential term of Donald Trump was deliberately wrecked, imperiling the peace of the world, and that the British were up to their necks in it. We're not called perfidious Albion for nothing. The role of MI6 in all of these stories that we've discussed tonight, and others that we've discussed on other occasions, it seems to me we're to paraphrase Oscar Wilde, we're two countries united by a common deep state.
Yeah, George, this breaks my heart because, as you know, when I was United Nations weapons inspector, I worked very closely with the British government. There were periods of time where I would make weekly flights to London, the red eye, to just fly in the morning, have meetings in Whitehall, have meetings throughout London, and then fly home at night to be back in time to file paperwork at the end of the business day. Every time I went to Iraq, I traveled through London, and every time I returned from Iraq, I traveled through London because I had a close, intimate relationship with the British government, with the British intelligence community, and I had deep respect for the professionals that I worked with. But that England no longer exists. And in the England that I believed in was you, George. You hosted me in Parliament. You showed me Parliament. You walked side by side with me, in a million-man march that went to Hyde Park, where we spoke out against the war. You showed me that the British people are capable of having a heart and doing the right thing. And that's the England, the United Kingdom, the Great Britain that I fell in love with, but it no longer exists. I'm not saying you don't exist. Clearly you do. But your government is not the friend of the United States, not by any stretch of the imagination. And we're at a point right now in American-British relations where we need to be calling a spade a spade. You are not our friend. In fact, you are our enemy. You facilitated active treason against the sitting president of the United States. Under some circumstances, that would be a casus belli, which means we have every right to blow you off the face of the earth. And you're lucky I'm not the president, because I'll tell you what, you interfere with American democracy to that degree, you will pay a heavy price, as you should. Not you, George. You're my friend, and not the British people. And that's why we'll never do this. But your government is the absolute enemy of not just the United States, but all of humanity. The thing it's a shame to say, because you're the birthplace of the Magna Carta. You're the birthplace of some of the greatest intellectual minds about democracy and human rights. And what you've become, what your nation has become under its current leadership, is an embarrassment, not just to England, but to all of mankind.
Going on, but let's talk about what's happening in the news. Let's start with Lindsey Graham. You're probably very familiar with what's happened with Lindsey Graham. He went on some show and he, wrote wrote a check that Trump is responsible for cashing, and, to me, in listening to the statements Lindsey Graham made, it was emblematic of the dysfunction of U.S. foreign policy, right? For this reason, it was childlike, it was amateurish, and it was silly. Trump's going to whoop Putin's ass. It was Trump and it was Putin. That's not how international politics work, geopolitics work. There are countries that have security needs, economic needs, diplomatic needs, issues, concerns, and interests, etc. It's not about the leader of one country whooping the ass of another leader of another country. It was so preposterous and absurd that it clearly demonstrated why U.S. foreign policy is, just absurd, preposterous, and farcical to most of the world right now. They're looking at the U.S. and they're saying, what the hell is wrong with you people? Could you possibly be that stupid? And the answer is yes. Look at Europe. Ask yourself, could people be that stupid? The answer is yes. Just an aside. So there's this, there was a movie that was made called Downfall about the fall of the Third Reich. And there is a channel called Hitler's Rants Parodies. And they take some segments from the movie Downfall and they make humor out of it. Hitler's in a bunker and they make humor out of it, right? And, these people are pretty good. They're pretty good, actually. And here's the bottom line. I'll watch it, get a sniggle out of it. I love, off-colored humor. But I watch it. And at times I, see what the Hitler's doing. These people are standing around in uniforms. He's telling people what to do. He's obviously insane. And they're all, for the most part, marching to whatever beat he plays on a given day. And I just looked at it and I just thought to myself, my God, there were people who were acting that out in real life in Europe. There were people who were seeing this as a way that human beings could legitimately act to run a country. And I've shaken my head at times to think, what the hell was with German culture that could ever gotten them there? Well, okay, all you gotta do is look at US culture and the things they've done. But that's just an example of how crazy and obscene, absurd that governments can get, right? Just so over the top that you look at it and you say, I'm just an average citizen. And I can look at the way my government's acting and say, that's insane. But that's what they're doing. So I got to deal with it. So when I look at Lindsey Graham and I listen to what he's saying, and he's grinning, ha, 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 Trump's going to whoop Putin's ass. And Putin's he's going to get Putin, and he's going to bring Putin better come to the table. And then he says, and not just Russia, we're going to crush India and China's economy, that we're not just going after after Putin. Where China and India now have to know that if they want access to our market, they're going to have to stop helping Putin. So now, Lindsey Graham is saying that if Russia, India, and China don't all follow the orders, the dictates of the US neocons, that we're to believe that the neocons in the US have the ability, not only the inclination, have the ability to destroy China, Russia, and India's economies. That they won't get access to our markets and their economies will get destroyed. However, nowhere in that conversation does he discuss the effect it would have on our market if we close the access to India and China. So if India and China doesn't do what we want, we're not going to import things from India and China. We're not going to let them access to our market. So we went through this a couple of months ago. where Donald Trump said, we're going to stop access to our market from China. And of course, within weeks, he had to drop it because everybody knew what would happen. Our economy will collapse. So knowing that, Lindsey Graham's literally saying, if India and China, if they don't stop working with Russia, buying cheap Russian oil, whatever it is we don't want them to do, that we will do something that we all know will collapse our own economy. Now, one might say Lindsey Graham wouldn't do that, or the neocons wouldn't do that. They're not that stupid. All you need to do is look at Nord Stream, where the German ruling class, were they able to evaluate the effect on their country and say, nah, we can't do this because it would wipe out our country? No. There was recently a Tucker Carlson interview with the head of the Bild, which is a German media outlet. And when Tucker Carlson started bringing up Nord Stream, the guy played dumb. Well, they say the Ukrainians did it. In other words, he couldn't address that. And it's changing the conversation. In other words, he couldn't address that because everybody knew. But the reality was this: the position of the ruling and elite in Germany was this: we don't care. We're the ruling elite. We're always going to be fine. We can go to another country if we want to. We are storing our money in offshore accounts. We're storing our money in, doing other things. They don't care. They will collapse their own economy. They will destroy their own economy. What's most important to them is their ideology. Ideologues will do that. One need only look at Ukraine. They got an ideology, the Maidan coup Banderite ideology, and they are obliterating their own country. Are they stopping, saying, this may not be a good idea? We're fighting the Russian military and we ain't going to win this one. No. Their ideology is far more important than the pain that it's being inflicted upon their country. They don't really care about that. The only thing that matters is their ideology. The ruling elite in Germany really didn't care about Nord Stream. They were all for blowing up Nord Stream because they didn't want Russian energy, because it was more important to them to smite Russia than to even have an economy. In fact, I'll put it like this. I've often talked about sociopaths, and I've talked about one particular event in my life that taught me how these people think. You've heard this story. Stop me if you've heard it. Well, you can't really stop me, but I'll give you the brief part of it. Two people are sitting in a car. True story. One of the people cashed his check for $500 and put it in under the armrest. They stop at a convenience store. He goes in to get a pack of cigarettes. He comes back out. His cousin is sitting next to him. The $500 is gone. Nobody's in the car. He asks his cousin, "Give me my $500 back." I have the $500. He calls the police. The police get there. Give the man his $500. I don't have it. Nobody was in the car but you. We know you took the money. Give him his money back. The guy says, "My cousin gives me my money back. I won't deal with him anymore. I want him out of my life, but I don't want to prosecute him. I don't have his money." There's nobody else in the car. Clearly, he had it. And the police said, "How about if we search you?" "Oh, okay. Dude, just give him his money." I don't have his money." The police then searched him, and the money was in his sock. And the guy's like, "Oh, man." He was upset then. Here's the deal. This is what you need to know. All you need to know about sociopaths. Yeah, a lot of other people have heard this story. To me, the reason I tell that story over and over again is because it is the most explicit example of a sociopath that you could ever get. It's the concept of a person who does not stop to think about the future, who doesn't stop to consider what's going to happen as a result of their actions. They just take actions at the time, and it's not that they don't think about the future, it's that they're right there. It's that the sociopath is sitting in the car, his cousin goes in, and there's $500. And he thinks, wow, I want $500. There's $500. I can get that $500. Takes it and he puts it in his pocket. He has the $500. Does he stop to think, well, there's nobody else and blah, and all the things that you and I would think? Nope, it's there and I can get it. And he does it. And when you say, hey man, give him his money back, he can't admit that. He just says no. He's not even thinking that in 5 seconds the cops are going to search him, find the money, and he's going to go to jail. Nope. Oh, no, I don't have it. Not even thinking, if I say I don't have it, they're going to search me anyway. Not thinking to say that if I give it back, I can get out of this and not go to jail and get charged. Nope. I have it. We're going to search you. Okay. And then find it and they go, oh man, darn. So here's my point. When you think about the ruling elite, when you think about the Germans and you say, the German government, didn't they stop to think that sooner or later people are going to find out that they were complicit in blowing up Nord Stream? Didn't they stop to think that it's going to wreck their economy and they're going to be held responsible? No. Don't they stop to think when they say, let's fire a missile at Russia, that Russia could respond? We're ready for war with Russia. Don't they stop to think, no, we're not ready to go to war with Russia because we don't have any military capability? No! It is a sociopathic mindset. And the sociopathic mindset does not consider the results of their actions, the consequences of their actions. They act at the time. Oh, yeah, we'll show Putin. We've got to put him in his place. You ever stop to think what might happen if you do that? Huh? What? We're showing Putin. That's what we're doing. You need to fire missiles at Putin. It's showing. For you to try to explain to somebody with that mindset, dude, what about the future? You're wasting your time. They don't have the ability to do that. And so what you're doing with seeing with the ruling elite, whether it's in France or whether it's Starmer or, the ruling elite anywhere, is people who don't have a concept of the consequences of their action. They're acting in a sociopathic manner. All you need to do is look what they're doing in Gaza. They're fumbling all around that, committing the most horrific, unthinkable genocide that humans could commit. And are they stopping to think of the future? Nope. We got to support Israel no matter what. Here's my point. So you have Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham would be happy to sign that. He and his neocon ilk would be happy to say, here's what we're going to do. Look what the EU does every couple months. We've now got the 18th, 19th, 20th, 105th sanctions regime that we're putting against Russia. Well, you've already done 99 other ones and they didn't do anything. This one is going to hold Putin accountable. And this one, and they go on to tell you that this one's going to do what the other 99 didn't do. We got 20,000 sanctions. Okay, what are you going to do? 20,001. Why? Because we've got to hold Putin accountable and we've got to show him. And then what we've got to do is we've got to hurt his economy. The same thing over and over again. These sanctions are going to hurt his economy and it's going to make him finally realize that. And you're like, I'm not crazy. I'm just a regular schlemazel on the street. I'm just a regular person. I didn't go to Harvard or Yale. I didn't go to, some highfalutin London college with ivy growing all over the 16th century buildings where I'm supposed to be learning all of this great stuff of the ruling elite in England. I didn't learn all that stuff. Well, I can tell you these sanctions ain't going to do a damn thing. And I'm looking at your economy and it's crumbling. And I know how you can stop it. Start getting cheap Russian oil and things like that again. Stop sanctioning yourself. You ain't sanctioning Russia, you sanction yourself. They're doing well. We can see that. They just all get together and say, we can say, dude, don't you know, if you go to war with Russia, you're going to end up in a nuclear war and you're all going to die? No, then that would be considering what happens in the future. So when you hear Lindsey Graham, we're going to crush Russia's economy, we're going to crush India's economy, and you think to yourself, you can't crush India and Russia and China's economy. you're going to crush China's economy after what happened before. You're thinking about the consequences of the actions. You're thinking logically speaking, based on what happened with the tariffs, the U.S. had to back down. Oh, did I mention rare earth minerals? This time you go screwing around with China, they're going to shut them down and they ain't coming back. And your auto industry is going to shut down, period. A lot of your industry, what little industry we have left, will shut down. No rare earths. They can't run. How about the military industrial company? Shut down. But would it do any good to say that to Lindsey Graham? No, because that would be logical. And he's operating from an ideological perspective. And the ideological perspective is a sociopathic perspective that doesn't take into consequence. It doesn't take into account the consequences of your actions, number one. But number two, even more importantly, it operates in a dynamic where you argue that you can predict whatever consequences you want, and they are sure to come. So you say, if we do this, this will happen. You watch. If we overthrow Iraq, they'll welcome us as you know, leaders and conquerors and defenders of democracy, and they'll throw flowers at our feet. I remember watching Dick Cheney being questioned, and they asked him that. They said, well, what if that doesn't happen? What if you have this war, you know, becomes a long, bloody slog? And his answer was, well, we don't see that happening. In other words, no, that's not a conversation I'm going to have. Nope. A logical person like you or I would say, we must take stock of all possibilities. We're going to do this. What are the potential outcomes? We can have this, or this. Can we deal with worst case scenario? What's worst case scenario? We think of worst case scenario. No, because they're selling it to us with lies. And because they're selling it to us with lies, they have to pretend that there is no worst case scenario. See, remember, who is Lindsey Graham talking to when he goes on TV and says, oh, yes, we're going to crush China's economy and India's economy? Is he talking to China and India? No, he's not. They know the truth. Who is he talking to? He's talking to you and me. He is going on TV and he's trying to convince the American people to support him and his ilk in doing things that are going to hurt us. And the only way that he can do it is if he can convince us that it's okay and get us to say, sure, go right ahead to do that. We're behind you 100%. And then when it crashes, oh my God, things have gone to hell. The American people were behind me on this. Because he's rich and he's powerful and he ain't going to hurt. So Lindsey Graham now is out here making all, Trump's going to do this. Trump, you know what? I remember one time I was in a bar with a guy and the guy thought I was a badass, and I was not a badass. I mean, I could defend myself quite well at that time. I was young, you know what I mean, lifting weights and strong, and I was, you know, my 30s, in shape. All I did was exercise, right? So I was in great shape, you know, and did the self-defense stuff. I could protect myself okay. I could defend myself from my perspective. If someone attacked me, I just wanted to be able to defend myself and flee, nothing more, right? I walked in a bar with this guy and he's drinking and kind of carrying on. I'll never forget this. And Ralph says, yeah, you fight me, you fight Garland. What? He's going to talk shit and then basically say, yeah, and then this, my buddy here is tough and he's going to fight with me. And I was like, oh no, I turned around and left and never hung out with that guy again. Why? Because I ain't going down for him. What a fight, man. He's going to go start a fight and I'm going to be the one to get stabbed. I don't think so. So the point being is, that's what Lindsey Graham was really kind of saying to American people. If I go after Russia and China, I'm throwing you out there. If I go after India, I'm throwing you out there. You're the one that aren't going to be able to get your medications that you need to come in from India and China. You're the ones that are going to, your jobs are going to, you're going to get laid off. Your economy is going to crash. All these terrible things are going to happen. And all Lindsey Graham is going to say is, we've got to stand up to Putin. He doesn't care. It doesn't matter to him. So who is he talking to? He's talking to the dupes. He's talking to the marks. He's talking to the suckers. And we're supposed to say, go right ahead and do it. He don't care. And When it all falls apart, he's just will have another lie. Nah, we're not. You know what look what's happening in Europe as Europe crashes, falls apart, goes straight to hell. All they have is another lie. If someone says, hey, well, what's going on? We're all losing our jobs, and we're in France. We can't afford a beret. We can't afford a decent baguette, and things ain't going so well. You're a Putin lover. It's good enough. Yeah, somebody like that, you won't stand up to Putin. They don't give a crap. They'll just attack you. Oh, so you're an anti-Semite who loves Putin. Guess we'll have to lock you up, censor you, and throw you off social media, and take your bank account, and take your citizenship in the EU because you're an anti-Semite who loves Putin. That's the reality of it. They don't care. They're going to live well. Now, these are the kinds of things that foment a revolutionary mindset where sooner or later people start building guillotines and getting their guns and torches and farming implements such as pitchforks out, and they're ready to charge the number 10 Downing Street and places like that. But until they don't even consider that. They're just going to keep doing what they do. And you, my friends, are the ones that are supposed to bite the bullet. And here's the deal, the other part of it, and that is this. The other thing that Lindsey Graham is doing is exposing Trump as a very, very weak and feckless president. That's where Donald Trump is right now. Donald Trump's weak and feckless as a president. Come on, man. Lindsey Graham? You're gonna let this dude, as they back in the day, they'd say he's selling wolf tickets, right? Selling wolf tickets. That's when you talk trash about fighting and all that you can do, but you can't really do it, right? You're gonna let Lindsey Graham sell wolf tickets under your name, Donald Trump. He's selling wolf tickets under your name. He's saying, Donald Trump, literally, Donald Trump's going to do this to you, Vladimir Putin. Donald Trump's going to do that to you, Vladimir Putin. And India and China better understand that if they don't go along, they're going to lose access to our market. China's going to lose access to our market. How's Walmart and Amazon going to? How am I going to get parts for anything? Anything. You know, I had a Honda power washer, 6.5 horsepower in the garage. And I used to power wash stuff around the house. Power washers are great. They're a lot of fun, especially on a hot day. I love power washing. It's a guy kind of thing. And I had trouble starting it or whatever. And, you know, that crappy gas gummed the carburetor up, right? I went on Amazon and I bought a cheap $11, something like that, was how much a carburetor was. Rather than clean that one out, I just bought another one, made in China, stuck it on there, adjusted it, yanked it once or twice. Off I went to power washing things again. How wonderful. That ain't happening. You need parts for something, can't get it. Need computer part, need this or that, can't buy it. Sorry. Drone, GoPro, you name it. You ain't getting it. Laptop, sorry, you're out of luck. Because Lindsey Graham has to show Putin a thing or two. And you are supposed to buy into it. And where's Donald Trump saying, Lindsey Graham, you can't sell wolf tickets under my name? And now they got him back into a 50-day corner. Because what Lindsey Graham is doing is he's setting it up for the final 50 days. See, Trump said at the end of 50 days, I will do something to Putin. Or, you know, set this, all Trump did realistically was set himself, he did two things. He bought himself 50 days. In 50 days, if there's no deal, I'm going to do X. Okay. But apparently he's talked with Graham and the neocons and said, if I don't get a deal in 50 days, which he ain't getting a deal in 50 days or 50,000 days or 50 million years, he ain't getting a deal. But because it ain't a deal. It ain't a deal. That's not what we're talking about. But apparently he's made some kind of he's had a deal. And the deal is, if in fact this doesn't happen in 60 days, if the Russians don't capitulate, then in 50 days, then we'll do some of these things that you want against Russia and China. We will, you know, obliterate our own economy. And now I'll say this. It was really, really stupid of Trump to do that. But I think he felt he needed to buy himself time. But here's the part about it. It was also stupid of Lindsey Graham and the neocons to make a deal with Donald Trump and think he's going to keep his word. See, there's two sides to this. Side one, Donald Trump painted himself into a corner because now at the end of 50 days, they're going to say, all right, Donald Trump. And Lindsey Graham's always started setting the table for it. He's setting the table. Ha! If they don't do this in 50 days, Donald Trump has already said, you're a dead man. He's going to get you. He's going to do.
Revolutionary salute to our queen. Yaya Kids for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, queen. Salute to you.
Do this and that. 100% tariffs. He's going to do this. And him and all the neocons for the next 50 days will preach the gospel of how hard Donald Trump's going to go neocon at the end of 50 days. They know, I know, you know, we all know that the Russians are not going to go, you know what, after a while, perhaps it's okay if we have Nazis on our border that are trying to destroy us. No, that's not going to happen in 50 days. And we all know that. And Lindsey Graham knows that. So Lindsey Graham has started setting the table over and over. More and more, you're going to see Lindsey Graham and some other neocons tell you all the terrible things about, oh, you wait till 50 days is up. Trump's going to do this. Trump's going to do that. Trump's going to, and what they, from their poor little minds, they don't really understand Trump. They're boxing Trump into a corner. And a lot of people look at it and say, oh, they're boxing Trump into a corner. They're going to say this so much that Trump won't be able to get out of it. Trump will be so screwed that he won't be able to do anything to get out of it. Here's the only problem they have. Here's a reality. Everything of everything there is true. And that is, yes, they made a deal for 50 days. And yes, the neocons' perspective is we got Donald Trump where we want him now. So we'll get him to say, I'll do X in 50 days. And at the end of those 50 days, when the Russians won't comply, they're kind of like me. I don't comply, but 50 days when the Russians don't comply, then they go back to Trump and they say, all right, Trump, now we got to do it. We've been going around telling everybody. We told our friends, we told our enemies, our adversaries, we told the American people that we're going to do 100% tariffs. Ha ha. And they're all going to be high-fiving. They're going to be backslapping. They're going to be grinning. Okay, Trump, it's time to go whoop Putin's ass. Donald Trump said he's going to whoop Putin's ass. You can't corner Donald Trump. Believe you me, they're trying, and a lot of people think they will. Donald Trump will literally say, yes, Zelensky's a dictator. And 5 days later, when somebody comes up to him and say, well, you said Zelensky was a dictator, Trump will say, me? Did I say that? I don't know. Dictator, who knows? So tell me, we need to talk about something else. It's Donald Trump. Donald Trump don't give a shit about what he said 50 days ago. And if you think he's going to keep his word, then you don't know what a lot of the MAGA people are finally starting to figure out. You know, a lot of MAGA people have said, Trump said he was going to do this, this, and that. And then he wasn't going to do this, this, and that. They didn't know any of them. And he called the scumbags, basically, for asking for the Epstein files, the Epstein list that he promised to give us. He promised to give us an Epstein list. And we said, hey, Trump, where's the Epstein list? Oh, there is no Epstein list. And you people, can't stand you if you think there's an Epstein list. How are you going to box somebody like that into a corner? Ask the MAGA people. They thought they had a box into a corner. Donald Trump doesn't care. So 50 days from now, after the neocons have been, you watch this. 50 days from now, after the neocons have spent 50 days backing Trump into a corner, saying in 50 days, Donald Trump's going to give it to Putin. Oh man, Putin's screwed now, blued and tattooed. Trump's going 100% tariff, 500%, 1,000 million, 1,000% tariff on India, on China, on Iran, on Canada, on Luxembourg. Everybody's getting 500%. Woo-hoo-hoo! Boy, you're done now. You will get it now. Donald Trump's going to put it on you. And they're going to do that day in and day out in their little minds, thinking they're boxing a guy into a corner that is disassociated from the thing that he said 5 minutes ago. And at the end of 50 days, when they stand before Donald Trump and say, Donald Trump, Remember what you told us? He gonna say, well, who? Tell I know you guys. Well, it's 50 days is up, and you remember 100% tariffs on India, China. Trump will go, oh, now we can't do that because that'd be hurt the economy right now. I'm trying to do big, beautiful things, and it's probably not a good idea. Let's I don't know. I'm thinking let's change the name on some football teams or something. You know, the Seahawks. Man, who the hell likes Seahawks? Why don't we go with something tougher like the Trumps? I'm thinking about the Trumps. And how about the Dolphins? We change them to the Mar-a-Largos. See what I'm saying? Why don't we go in a different, what are we talking about Russia and Putin all the time for when we got the Dolphins? What a stupid name, some snub-nosed, it ain't even a fish. Let's go with the Mar-a-Largos. That's what Trump will do. It's hilarious. I have no worries that at the end of 50 days that they will have boxed Trump in where he will have no choice to keep his word. Ask MAGA. He literally promised to give them the Epstein list. And when it came time to drop the Epstein list, said there is no Epstein list. What the hell are you talking about? There never was an Epstein list. There's no guy named Epstein. And there's no list. I don't know what you're talking about. You people are crazy. Hey, look, Russiagate. It's what we need to talk about is Russiagate. Okay. I don't know what the hell you guys are doing. The Epstein list or something. That's craziness. Let's get back to Russiagate. And he's going to release a bunch of Russiagate documents. We knew all of that crap, but don't look over at the Epstein list. Look over here. So, from one perspective, Donald Trump is weak and feckless. You could make that argument. You can make a lot. I can make a lot of arguments with Donald Trump. One argument I could make: a bad, good, and indifferent. There are none. I'm not even going to label him as good, bad, or indifferent. I'll say this: you can't corner Donald Trump because he don't give a crap what he said yesterday. If he feels like he needs to say something different today, forget today. If he said something 2 hours ago, Garland Nixon's a scumbag, and 2 hours later somebody walks up to him, did you say Garland Nixon was a scumbag? Oh, Garland's a good man. You know, we golf together, Mar-a-Lago. I like Garland. Garland's a decent guy, you know, good looking guy, that Garland, huh? Great, wears some nice suits. I've seen him, but known him around for years. Good guy. Good guy. Got a good golfer. A great golfer, in fact. Have a nice day. But you said he was a scumbag. Oh, come on, please. Now, people say things. I didn't say, you say, everybody says things. Hey, let's move on. The man's a good golfer. Let's talk. That's Trump. You have to back him into a corner. Hilarious, the people that think Trump is going to be backed into a corner. Yeah, good luck with that. That's all I can tell you. Good luck with that. Show me the Epstein list, by the way, that you promised. There is no Epstein list. Ooh, I thought I had you backed into a corner. Now let's move on. Let's talk about the Epstein list. Well, that's easy enough. There ain't no Epstein list. Why? Bibi Netanyahu came to town, and within 24 to 48 hours, there was no longer an Epstein list. And there's never been. Don't you love that? Not only is there no longer an Epstein list, there's never been an Epstein list. Okay, that's Trump. I'm not shocked and surprised at that. He's a politician. I'm not shocked. Joe Biden was in office for 4 years. In the first 2 years, he had the House, he had the Senate, and the White House. Never crossed his mind to release the Epstein list that doesn't exist. And now the Democrats are like, well, Trump always doesn't want to show the Epstein list because he's on it. And why is it that Biden wouldn't even promise, hey, Biden, do you know anything with the Epstein list? Hey, don't we have some Palestinians that need to be genocided? That's all best he's going to do. Hey, I can genocide some more Palestinians for you. I can start World War III maybe. But other than that, Epstein list, And so now the Democrats are like, yes, that Trump and the Epstein list, he's probably on. They're all on it. They're all on it. And those who ain't on it are on that AIPAC money. Those who ain't on it are on money from somebody that was on it. Bill Gates money, whoever money, MBS, whoever's on it. The people who ain't on it are getting money from those. Here's the thing about it. A lot of these members of Congress, they're too low. They ain't on it. You know, do you think they want a representative from the 4th District in Pennsylvania on it? No, you have to be the leader of a country. You have to be a billionaire, an oligarch, or something like that. However, if you are the representative from the 4th District in some bum crap, Pennsylvania, whatever, you're receiving money from those who are on it. So you're told it doesn't exist. And when the people who are paying everything tell you it doesn't exist, it doesn't exist. That's it. It's over. It's like, what was it the movie Hoffa or whatever it is, where they were talking about the guy that died and he goes, it's what it is. Was it Joe Pesci? Like, it's what it is. It's what it is. That just meant this guy's got to get killed. It's what it is. It's what it is. It's what it is. Hey, what about the Epstein list? It's what it is. You mean it's what it is? Who pays your salary? Me, you, sir. Who keeps you getting reelected? You do, sir. Who provides private planes for you to fly around in? You do, sir. And there is no Epstein list, is there? No, sir, there's no Epstein list. That's the way it works. You're saying a lot of them are on it. Everybody's like, oh, they're all on it. No, they're not. They're not big enough, and they're not powerful enough, and they're rich enough, and they're not important enough to be on it. They are funded by the people who are on it. Think about it. This is second level. This is not that the people in the Congress and Senate, that these puppets are on it. And this should tell you another reality, that they are not the power, that they are avatars for power, that they are puppets for the power. The real power is on the list. The puppets for the power are instructed, there is no list. And they all say, there is no list. They do what they're told. They play games or whatever. Look, AOC. The other day, someone comes out and they're like, hey, Marjorie Taylor Greene says, let's do this bill, cut $500 million from Israel's money. AOC votes against it. And she says, well, they've got to have money for defensive purposes for the Iron Dome. They get minimum $3.8 billion a year, but that's even beginning. They've probably gotten $150 billion last year, right? I mean, unlimited. The money they get, the things they get, there is no limit to it right now. So AOC says, no, the Iron Dome, they've got to be able to defend themselves. Here's the deal. Marjorie Taylor Greene did not specify that money was coming from the Iron Dome. AOC made that up. Marjorie Taylor Greene said $500 million from money going to Israel. Well, cut $500 million out of it. AOC made up that $500 million was coming. Well, no, they need money to defend themselves. Great. We continue to defend the Iron Dome and take the rest of the damn money. But she had to make something up. So what did she do? She made up a straw man argument. The straw man argument is that the money would come from the Iron Dome, but that's not true because it was not designated to come from the Iron Dome. You pretended that it was designated to come from the Iron Dome so that you could have an excuse for not voting for it, because people who fund you gave you instructions not to vote for that. And so you ain't going to vote for it. Now let's finish up here with Russiagate, et cetera. One of the things I find interesting about WikiLeaks, and that is that more often than not, we already knew the truth. And what WikiLeaks would do is they would confirm what we already knew. It would come out. We knew they were robbing Bernie. We know the Hillary people were robbing Bernie. We knew Hillary was running the DNC. We knew all of that stuff. What WikiLeaks did was they released some emails and documentations that proved it. That's what happens oftentimes. Now, Russiagate, for those of us who studied it intricately, we knew from the very beginning it was a lie. I remember, I think it was a guy named Benny Johnson, if I'm not mistaken, I was in doing a radio show, and he was in there he was one of me and Lee Stranahan back then were interviewing him. And I said, look, Russiagate is an intelligence operation. This was like 2017, 2016. I said, Russiagate is an intelligence operation. That's what it is. And if it ever comes out, what happened, it will be shocking to the conscience of Americans. And it will make Russiagate look like a traffic ticket. Now, I knew what the hell, and those of us who studied Russiagate knew what the hell it was. It was a coup attempt. We knew the Five Eyes were involved. We knew that, we knew the whole deal. I could go on and on and on about the stuff we studied and knew years and years ago. We knew the Mueller was a joke. We knew that was just a scam. That was part of Russiagate. If you read it, you could see it. Then Durham came along, and if you watch me all along, I said Durham is a cover story. That's all it is. It's a cover-up. John Durham is a cover-up. People are like, oh, look what Durham found. Durham found what he was told to find. It was a cover-up. And now Tulsi Gabbard's like, Mueller and Durham did these investigations. How could they possibly overlook these things? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because their job was to cover this up. And I think she's asking that rhetorically, shall we say. But my point is this. Man, Kash Patel looks so bad here. Kash Patel, you talked a lot of trash. And now the one thing he said was that we've got to prioritize Israel. Well, he didn't lie there. He's prioritizing Israel. All you have to do, if you want to convince me of something, number one, Seth Rich. The FBI went to DC, to the scene of the crime, took the crime from the murder of Seth Rich from the local police department. Why? It was we were told that it was just a routine homicide. It was a robbery attempt. Why did the FBI take it over? And then the FBI had Seth Rich's laptop for a year or so lying and said they didn't have it. And then finally they had to say in court that they did have it. Why would they say they don't have it? Why did WikiLeaks say we'll pay $20,000? WikiLeaks, Julian Assange, will pay $20,000 for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the murderer of Seth Rich. Why would WikiLeaks do that? Greg Murray said, hey, he was the guy. A lot of people have said Seth Rich was the guy. He was the guy who downloaded the information from the DNC computers and he sent it to WikiLeaks. Now, Trump, if you want to convince me of something, Kash Patel, if you want to convince me that you're fighting with the deep state, release everything. Go into those computers, take out the stuff that shows something really, really dark, and we know it's there, and come out and say, and this is Russiagate. Seth Rich was an intricate part of Russiagate related to CrowdStrike. That's the other part. Come out and say, we've investigated Seth Rich and we found that he was the leak. Do that. See, here's a problem with that. If you're the Trump administration, if you're Kash Patel, anything, it will reveal a truth that the ruling elite can't have you know if you don't already know. The FBI is effectively the secret police, the Stasi, the Gestapo, whatever you want to call it. That's what they are. That's what they've all been. They were involved in the killing of Martin Luther King and on. Many people that died. The FBI was involved in the killing of them. They've done a lot of assassinations. They're political. They violate the law. It is an intelligence operation. It is an intelligence agency masquerading as a law enforcement agency. And you're talking to a guy that worked with them, worked with the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force. And I can tell you, they are not a law enforcement agency. They are an intelligence operation. They are the Gestapo, buddy. They are the Stasi. Their job is to keep you in line, and they will kill you. And they will frame you for crimes, and they will follow you, and they will tap you, and they will do every evil thing you can imagine that the Gestapo and the Stasi would do. That's who the hell they are. And even though they use those tactics to go after Trump, that's what they did. They used those tactics to go after Trump. But even then, the ruling elite that Trump works for will say to Trump, if you reveal the truth, yes, they went after you, Trump. Fair enough. And they used the same machinations that they would use for Martin Luther King or anybody else that they saw as some kind of a problem against you, Trump. Fair enough. But you can't say anything, Trump, because we want them to keep doing it. Because this is a tool of the empire. A tool of the empire is the Gestapo, is the secret police. And if you reveal the truth about Gestapo, they lose their value. How can we use the FBI as an internal secret police If Americans know what they are, they'll have to be disbanded. Americans will no longer trust them. Americans will know the truth. So even though they did all kinds of unthinkable crimes against Donald Trump, and this is not to say that I think anything of Donald Trump. Doesn't matter to me. Donald Trump, good, bad, you can love him, you can hate him. It doesn't matter to me. The truth of the matter is that the FBI was involved in multiple crimes against Donald Trump. Multiple crimes against Donald Trump, unthinkable crimes against Donald Trump. But they weren't, here's the deal, but they weren't crimes against Donald Trump. They were crimes against you. Because whether I like Donald Trump or not, yeah, you know, Garland Nixon, I'd write in, you know, if it were up to me, the ghost of Hugo Chavez or something, whatever, right? It's me, I'm a lefty. I'm gonna like somebody like that. But I'm a real, here's the reality. It doesn't matter what I like. The truth is, if you wanted to vote for Donald Trump, you got a right to. If you want to vote for Mickey Mouse, you got a right to. Now, don't get me wrong, the ruling elite have so manipulated things, but by the time it comes to vote in the general election, you got puppet A or puppet B most of the time. But if you want to vote for puppet A or puppet B, you should be able to. But the secret police, FBI, is to ensure that when they don't want puppet A to be puppet A, they want puppet C. And you don't get a chance to vote for puppet A. And that was the job. And that's a crime against you. And that's what the FBI's job was to do. Crimes against me and you. And that's why it's a disgusting, despicable, Gestapo-esque secret police, internal police, policing organization to maintain the authority of the ruling elite. Nothing more, nothing less. And Donald Trump cannot come out. Look, let me give you a crime right now to charge the FBI with. A crime right now. Okay, this is my deal. I can tell you. Let me give you a crime right now. Prior to the 2020 election, the most obvious crime of election interference, prior to the 2020 election, they had a laptop from Hunter Biden for a year, which means they had a duty to look through that laptop and see what was in it, because it was left out into the public domain. And we all know there was all kind of criminality in it. They didn't tell anybody they had it. They pretended they didn't. Then just before the election, they went to Twitter and Facebook. They went to MSNBC and ABC News. They went to all of them and they said, look, guys, keep in mind, they had that laptop since last December. They had it. They knew what was on it. And what did they do? They went to the media and they said, if anybody comes to you and says this laptop is, you know, got information on it and it could be incriminating to Joe Biden, it's a Russian disinformation program. That's pump and dump. And we've got 50 some Russian, FBI guys who says it's has all the earmarks of Russian disinformation. So not only should you censor it, we'd be happy to help you. But at the time, they knew they were lying. They literally lied to the media and they lied to the social media companies to suppress something that they knew was true. That is the easiest criminal charge ever. You gotta do is find out who did it. I personally, you put me in charge, I'm gonna say, we're gonna do an investigation. We'll find out who went around. Because literally they sent a guy, I think his name was An or Nan or something. He had like a Asian last name. Chin, maybe it was Chin. It was an Asian last name. And he was an officer. He was an FBI guy who literally went around and did that. We call this guy in and depose him. Or we call him in. If he's still in the FBI, we call him in. You're in the FBI, dude. You can't, you have no Fifth Amendment rights. You're acting as an FBI, Department of Justice personnel. You don't have Fifth Amendment rights. You don't have the ability to say, no, I'm not going to tell you what I did. I'm going to ask you what you said to who told you to do it. I can access all your emails. I can access everything in the FBI. I'm going to look at all of it, and we're going to sit down and go over that. And I'm going to find out whose grand idea it was to lie and suppress these things on behalf of the Biden administration. We know that Tony Blinken was behind this 52 former intelligence guys who say that the Hunter Biden laptop is was a Russian hoax. Where are the charges for those guys? If it's me, I got to charge them all. If it's me, I got to say, where's the Seth Rich laptop? I need all information. I need to find out who lied about that. I need to find out what's in it, and I need to bring in independent parties to now come in and look at it. I got a lot I got to do. Independent investigator to review that. I don't care what FBI says. I'm the president, or I'm Kash Patel. They can't stop me. None of that's happening, is it? What about CrowdStrike? How about the CrowdStrike? Jim Comey, CrowdStrike apparently looks at the computer. Now, we found this out in, I think it was the Roger Stone trial. So we are told that the Russians hacked into these DNC computers. What we found out was they said somebody hacked into them and it had the earmarks, you know, just like here's the thing about it, just like the story about Hunter Biden's laptop had all the earmarks of Russian disinformation. Well, apparently whoever hacked into the DNC computer, that had all the earmarks of Russian hackers. So apparently the FBI says to this company, CrowdStrike, a thoroughly discredited company run by a former FBI agent, hey, take a look at the computer. And they say, Russia did it. And the FBI says, okay. And the FBI eventually said, CrowdStrike was supposed to present us a final report with their evidence. The FBI? CrowdStrike was supposed to give, CrowdStrike said the DNC computer was hacked into by Russians. The FBI said, great, we'll take that and run with it. And CrowdStrike then said, we'll deliver you a full report on that at a later date. And FBI said, fine. The report was never delivered. So here's my point. You got to go to CrowdStrike. You got, if I'm Trump, if I'm Kash Patel, I got to go after that issue. And I got to say, Jim Comey, you got to come in here. I got to find out everybody that worked on that and sit them all down and ask them individually, guys, let me see the final report. They never gave us the final report. I got to go to CrowdStrike and I got to say, CrowdStrike, do you have a final report? I want to see your evidence now. You said you had evidence. You told the FBI you had evidence. The FBI told the world you had evidence. CrowdStrike, I'm going to subpoena. I'm going to bring in the CEO of CrowdStrike. I'm going to say this is an investigation that has consequences for national security. I'm the President of the United States. I'm Kash Patel. I'm whoever. Come in here. We need to see what you have that shows that the DNC was hacked by the Russians. We need to see it all. If he says, I don't have any, you got a problem. And by the way, what did the DNC do after that? What did they do after that? They wiped their servers. They wiped their servers. So they said, it was the Russians. Oh, well, gee, somebody else might want to take a look at it. Yeah, you're right. Somebody else might want to take a look at our servers. Wipe them. They wiped their servers. The whole thing stinks to high hell. So here's my question. Kash Patel came in. Trump comes in. Oh, we're going to get to the bottom of this. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. What the hell have they done? What have they done? This little half-ass, half-baked bullshit they're handing us about Russiagate. Oh, the Trump and Brennan and these other people, they wrote memos, they wrote emails. We know that. Really? We're supposed to take that? You're literally like, okay, I know I told you that I was going to give you the Epstein stuff, but now I ain't. And not only am I not going to do it, I'm just going to say it never existed in the first place. And we're like, whoa. So then what happens? Then Trump says, oh, you guys believe this? This is just like Russiagate. You know, you believe this stuff in the same way the Democrats have you believe in Russiagate. And then Tulsi Gabbard comes out and says, by the way, speaking of Russiagate, we got some new information. Take a look at that. And we're like, what about Epstein? That's not important right now. Look at this new stuff we have about the Russiagate. Yeah, I'm looking at this new stuff. It's the same as the old stuff you had about the Russiagate. I knew all of this. You're telling me what I knew. I knew that there were meetings. I knew that Brennan was in a meeting. I knew that Brennan came to Trump. To Obama. I knew that Brennan had a discussion about Hillary Clinton wanting to lie about this to cover up her evil deeds. I knew all these things we knew. Okay, so you're going to give us memos telling us what we already knew. Okay, great. Love you, Tulsi Gabbard. Great work. Keep up the good work. It is convenient that when Trump's ass got in a sling over Epstein, that all of a sudden this so-called stuff falls out. Whatever. You want to make me a believer. What about CrowdStrike? Why ain't you going after them? What about Seth Rich's laptop? Why ain't you going after it? What about the Mueller investigation, that piece of crap investigation? Mueller was doing a so-called investigation. During that investigation, he found that Peter Strzok and Lisa, whatever her name is, Page or something, they were having an affair. They're grown people. I ain't getting into that. I'm talking about that. That's between them and their partners, their wives and husband, and then I didn't even get into all of that stuff. But if I'm not mistaken, Mueller found like 20,000 or more text messages between Page and Strzok. Evidence. What do you think he did with them? Erased them. He erased them. Screaming evidence, and he erased it. Here's my question. I'm going give Garland this stuff. I'm going to bring in everybody who is involved in that, and I'm going to say who erased these, who gave the order to erase these, and then I'm going to bring out the person who did it. I want to know who gave the order. I'm going to charge that person. That's evidence of a crime. That's potential evidence of a crime. That's evidence related to a crime. That's destruction of evidence. What kind of person leading an investigation would find 20,000 text messages that could lead us down the path of a criminal act? I think we should just permanently delete them all. Not going to happen, is it? So my point is this. People are saying Trump's in it. Look, absolutely. Is he on the list? Probably. From the looks of things, Trump was involved in unthinkable activities. But my point is this. He couldn't do it if he wanted. If Trump wanted to do it, he couldn't. This is not about Trump being on the list. This is about a reality that Trump does not have the authority to release that list. If in fact, Trump said, I'm going to release the list, they'd kill him or run him out of office. And everybody in Congress knows that the people that pay their bills are on the list and they can't do anything. The Democrats are going to come out and say, well, now that we're out of office and for the last 4 years, we could have released the list. Well, we're going to say something. Now, the Democrats won't really talk that much about the list other than to say Trump's on the list where he will, so he won't, that's the best they're going to do. They attack Trump. But the truth of the matter is this. The government, imagine this. Here's what they got to make this thing go away. The government of the United States, working with the government at minimum, MI6, UK government, and Israeli government, such as it is, Mossad, were trafficking children for sex so that they could gain a geopolitical, geostrategic advantage. They were sex trafficking children, which means that the right to rule, the ruling elite, that their right to rule has not only been compromised, it's far worse than that. Their right to rule has been obliterated. You can't be a child sex trafficker and then say, I have the moral or intellectual right or authority to rule over society. So Trump, realistically, if you want to believe me, if you wanted to convince me, Trump, let's see some stuff about the Seth Rich laptop. You know what? Kash Patel is in power, and the federal government is the FBI is still fighting FOIA requests, Freedom of Information Act requests, about the Seth Rich laptop, saying the FBI's got to release it. If Kash Patel is all of this, Mr. Big Tough Guy who's going to stand up against the system, why is the FBI still stonewalling people? And he ain't saying a word about it. When he came in, he did a Trump. When I get in, I'm going to do a 180. And I'm going to change things. And he got in and he did a 180 and said, nah, I ain't changing things. I'm going to protect the things that have been done that were terrible, that were wrong, illegal, and evil. And I even told you they were terrible and wrong and illegal and evil. And I said to you that when I get in, I'm going to address these things that are terrible, wrong, and illegal and evil. And I ain't going to do it. I ain't going to do it. Now, I'd appreciate if we said, well, why is that, Kash? And he said, because they'd kill me, you idiot. You already know the answer. Just like you know the answer about Seth Rich. Just like you know the answer about CrowdStrike. You know the answer about Russiagate. You know the answer about all of this stuff. You know the answer. Just like if you have seen my other video, JFK Jr. in 1999, when his plane crashed, was it an accident? Well, let's see. He was about to run for Senate in New York. He had announced that he was going to run for Senate in New York. And who was he going to run against in 1999? He was going to run against Hillary Clinton. And then his plane crashed and he was killed. Clearly unrelated. Clearly it was absolutely, totally unrelated. You know what happened as well as I did. Anyway, so there we are. Well, I'll just say this. Let's all stay vigilant. Let's all understand that when it comes to the Lindsey Graham, Trump's going to whoop Putin's ass. He's talking for Trump. He's Trump's mouthpiece. As I said, he's driving a Trump car for now. Rhetorically, for now, he's driving a Trump car. But when those 50 days are up and they go to Trump and say, okay, Trump, it's time for you to act. You told us you were going to act. Trump will say about act. Well, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Remember, you told us after 50 days you were going to do 100% tariffs. I don't remember. 100% tariffs? I don't know. I'll do 1% tariffs. But you just go back out of it. He's just going to back. You can't back this guy into a corner. He does not really care about what he said. Anyway, thanks a lot, you guys. Certainly appreciate it. A couple of things. Let me see. Are there?
Coffee. Follow me.